Welcome. It is Saturday night. I've got my drink ready. I hope you do too. We're going to do some drawing tonight. We're going to do some talking to Novastar. We're going to do some hanging out. We're going to do some chilling out. We're going to do some talk about comic books. We're going to do some talk about Star Wars probably. I've got a couple off-topic questions when Novastar gets in here. In the meantime, I am going to work on some thumbnails, actually one thumbnail in particular for my comic book, Albatross Junction, tonight. I've got to do the thumbnail. I've also got to work on a little bit of the actual page once I come up with the thumbnail. Got the script up on my screen here, and I'm just going to get working on that. Probably when Novastar gets here, he'll start talking. He's got a project going too. Martin Morales, yo, what's going on? How are you? Thanks for joining me tonight. I hope you guys have something to wet your palate tonight. I got my big jug. I got a refill close by, and we're going to enjoy ourselves tonight. What are you up to tonight? What are you guys up to tonight? Any big plans staying indoors? Headed somewhere tonight? I'm going to stay in and draw a little bit. Rich Sangelo, what's going on, buddy? Burger, what a burger. Yeah, I love burgers. I eat burgers all the time now that I'm home all the time. I got a freezer full of burgers. I've been cooking them up like it's nobody's business. I've been eating like a burger a day. It's like no joke. I've been eating like a burger a day. I'm going to show you guys something that is for sale on FX Sabres. This is belongs to my friend Daria. This is a really fancy lightsaber. Let me bump up the picture here. This is hold on one second, I lost it. This is the Carnus Muir hilt, chassis built and installed custom by LDM. It was a long process. This must have been a few years ago. I think I remember seeing this lightsaber. This is one of the prizes of my collection, given it's fully custom designed. Some specs, custom hilt made by Jeff. Oh, Jeff of Force Relics. Okay, so LDM installed and Jeff of Force Relics made the hilt. Custom powder coating, large aluminum tactile switches. Let me show you guys the full pic of this. This is pretty wild. What is going on, Matthew? How are you?
How's it going?
Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. I was just discussing this, let me see the name again, Carnus Muir hilt. So I don't know if this is something from a story. Oh, here's the reference character. Let me see. He includes a reference character. Oh, okay. That's a cool piece of art. I'll show you guys what the reference looks like.
Huh.
That's a pretty wild hit. I was just saying that LDM did the install on that, and Jeff from Force Relics. This is actually for sale by my friend Daria. And Daria actually came to my house one time, all the way from the Philippines, just to say hello.
Man, that was a long flight.
He actually flew into New York, and then he decided to take a Uber all the way here, which is I think it was like $100 ride for him to come to New Jersey
I
from New
remember the
York.
days when I would travel to New York for various reasons we won't go into, of course, right? But yeah, the rides would be expensive and all that stuff. But it's like it's worth it to travel and meet new people, visit friends. I actually liked talking to the drivers, and this is before I even drove for Uber and Lyft, because I did that for about I want to say a year and a half or something like that. But it's really cool because I don't know if I'm sure you've done this because you're East Coast and all that stuff, but you get the best information from the drivers, right? You know what I'm telling you? You know what I mean? You know what I
It
mean?
used to
Like,
be just like cab drivers, and now it's like so many people do
well,
Lyft or Uber and stuff like that. So you get to talk to a lot of different people. I even talked to an Uber driver who she was from New York, but she was like doing Uber driving and Lyft driving in my area because she said it was far like easier on her car. She got better
right.
tips, I guess, or whatever. There's
Yeah.
far like less rides. I guess in New York, it's like stop and go, pick them up, drop them off. If you're in like the rural, more like suburban area, you can actually have someone in the car for maybe 30 minutes and that type of
Yes.
thing.
I mean, and part of that is just the understanding and study of it. Like anything that you take an endeavor under, and you know this from doing like sabers, you kind of have to like put it this way. How many times have we all been like, oh, I'm going to do this thing, and then if you launch too early, then you're doing it, and then you're kind of like, yeah, here comes the phrase where you're like, it seemed like a good idea at first, you know what I mean? And then you go back and you realize, oh, that's true. Like it sounded good, but exactly, like basically the best thing that you can do for Uber and Lyft is ironically have less passengers overall and more time spent taking someone to and from. Not only that, is it gives you a chance to build a relationship with them.
Yeah, and then maybe they'll drop a tip at the end.
Well, and it's funny you say that because I have, for me, two sides of that. One is I don't care about the money in that case because I don't care about money. I never have, never probably will. But the second one and the most important is then you actually have a conversation with them. I mean, I'll put it to you this way, and I'm not trying to already wax esoteric being on the show now for all of, I don't know, 5 minutes, but I can tell you how many times, which is a lot. And I had, hundreds and hundreds of rides. I don't even remember how many it was. I'd have to go back and look at my little app or whatever, because I haven't been doing it recently because of all the different logistics and COVID-19 much. Hashtag question mark, question mark. But anyway, so many times out of my mouth came, I'm like, we only have so many years on this earth to do whatever it is that we wanted to do. So I don't know what you're up to, but you better get busy doing those kinds of things. And I'm sure as trying to do those things. And the reason that would come out of my mouth wasn't being like just random. It would be something would happen. Like I had people pour out their hearts to me, their life story. There's this one girl, holy crap, she broke down. It was bad. Like she was having a bad time. She was having a bad roll of the dice.
When was this, during this period right now, or?
No, this is ironic, I guess. I know how you'd say, oh, did you just do this? No, I haven't driven for Uber for a good amount of time, hashtag COVID-19. Thank you very much. But it was a while ago, and I could tell she wasn't doing good, but I didn't press. I was just like, hello, I'm Matthew, blah, blah. I'm just always just super friendly. I don't even get involved. Like, even if people yell at me, I'm like, I understand. I'm sorry to hear that, and I would keep as calm as possible, But anyways, and she was just upset and everything. And then, finally I'm like, listen, I don't mean to press or anything, but like, are you okay? That's all I want to know is, are you all right? And she just pretty much died. She was just like bawling. She's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, do you want me to pull over? I can, and you can just rest if you need to. And it's fine. Like, it's fine. We'll do whatever we have to do. She's like, no, just, we're only a couple more minutes away. I really appreciate it. But then when I got there, she was just dying. So I said, look, I'm going off the clock. It's fine. Like, do you want to talk? It's fine. Because this wasn't like she's upset and like, okay, I'll just waste my time. Like, she was upset, like bad, like really bad, and I won't go into all the details of what happened with her life, but yeah, it was all screwed up, problems with this person, problems with this thing, having to go over here and trying to fight for custody of her child, the guy had kidnapped, it's like not good,
Truth is always stranger than fiction. That's
Yeah,
for
like I
sure.
mean, I guess someone might say, "Oh, I don't believe that." I'm like, well, that wasn't even the weirdest stories. I mean, I have
Truth is always stranger. Like, have you looked at the news lately? Martin
yes.
Morales says he's doing good. He's got a lot of music to share with me and send my way. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Martin.
Oh,
I really, really appreciate that. I'm going to use it too. If you send me some music, I will definitely put it in the show. And also, I'm having trouble figuring out how to share audio like through these live streams, but I'm going to figure that out so that like when I do an intro or something, I can maybe have one of your songs there. Matthew Martin makes some songs for me for like Civilized Sabres stuff, for like FX Sabres live shows and stuff like that. So I want to figure out how to use the music I know how to do it in a recorded video, obviously, but in the live stream to actually have it come out so you guys can hear. I'm not positive how to do that yet. Yeah, and Martin does our powder coating too. Mark Fiella, what's going on, buddy? He's been coming to the streams lately. Mundo, what's going on, Mundo? Mundo is here.
dude, Mundo in the house. Good to hear from you again, Mundo and stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for. By the way, real quick, thanks for giving some shout outs. Mundo, he jumped on my channel and made some comments on some of the Diamond Dragon stuff, and he's like, "Oh,
that's
janky
so nice.
tech, man." No, I'm just kidding. But no,
Let me actually show you guys something. Mundo sent me these parts. I think I showed them last time, but now that Mundo's here, they're for a crystal chamber, and the crystal can sit in there. And also, he sent me this awesome circuit card for like an ESP style that he made himself.
Dude, right on. That's slick. I love it. Yeah. And real quick, Tim McAndrew, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Much love, much love, much love.
Tim McAndrew's here. What's going on, Novastar? He says. Matt, good to see you from Mundo.
You know what I want to do too? I got to get my composer Eamon in here one of these days. In fact, you know what I should do? I should message him to stream. I should be like, "Yo, get your butt in here, son," because you would like Eamon. He's dope. Let me see if I can track him down or whatever. I'm so bad with social media and everything else like that, Yeah. I dropped the new Diamond Dragons screenplay read through part 2 today. So like if people want to see that, I should give you the link for that, or like I don't know how to do
something up that I saw. I don't know if it was from today. Let me see if you could tell me if it's from today. And this was one of the reasons why I talked about sharing the audio, because I was going to maybe.
I think I can share it in chat. I mean, oh wait, that might actually be it. Well, that's the intro teaser, and that's fine. Like people can find it through that channel. So yeah, like shout out to anybody who wants to go and have a look at this Diamond Dragons thing. I don't know if anybody had seen that before or Space had mentioned or whatever. It's all good. Like obviously Space is doing his dope Albatross. Like that's what's up. I mean, it's really good stuff. And Kevin does some sweet art, obviously, Anthony too. But I mean, I've been developing this feature length screenplay for several years now. And I have this whole kind of team aboard it. And like, it's just, we're trying to make it explode and go crazy and all that stuff because it's a hero's journey. And it is very much like akin to Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, The Matrix, in the sense that they'd always have that blank slate hero and, all these crazy things happen. There's always an old wizard in there that imparts information and may or may not die and all that kind of stuff. But it's been a lot of fun. And literally I was working on editing like all of last night. Like seriously, I was up till 3 a.m. Then I had my daughter here and then I was editing and she's like hanging on my arm like, "Daddy, play with me." And I'm like, oh, glitching out all my editing. It's no big deal. It was just funny.
You're in the zone.
Well, yeah, I was like, I should finish it. And I'm trying to get to know, it's been such a transition. Windows 10, because I was using Windows 7 forever. I hate Windows 10. It's terrible. What a disaster, It's all dumbed down. You can't like.
I just got a computer with it. I'm trying to like learn it. I'm trying to like figure it out so I could utilize it better.
I'm not alone, right? I'm not alone, right? And what do you think?
I've been using a Mac for a while though, so I'm kind of warped with like the way a Mac works and stuff.
I would hate that. Why did you have to go to Windows 10?
Well, I actually needed it for lightsabers because I was, how a lot of the interaction between the computer and the lightsaber boards and stuff, sometimes you need the PC to actually do the functions correctly. And I was using what do they call it? A mini netbook. And it was fine for like past 6, 7, 8 years, right? But now sometimes these new boards like Profi and Crystal Focus 10, when I download some of the interaction software, it's saying, listen, you got to be on Windows 10 to utilize the CF10 or the whatever. So I had to find one, you know, I had to get some kind of like my dad found me a used laptop that he kind of set up for me. Yeah. So I'm kind of checking that out when I have some time, you know. I've been like slowly looking at it. Oh no, it's hot garbage, huh? It's hot garbage.
I cannot agree more with Windows 10 being hot garbage. It's so garbo, and the problem with it is, you know, it's so easy for people to just say that randomly, but like I just know, like as soon as I got involved in it, I'm like, what is going on with all the misorganization and just crazy lack of structure? And then beyond that, like for example, so I have this laptop now that I've, you know, picked up, and I needed a new, you know, machine. And like now how do I even explain this? The borders of the windows, remember when you'd resize them? So you'd have to go into the corner of the window and grab it and then just, you know what I mean? Resize a window and move it around, right? The borders now are literally 2 pixels wide, and you cannot change the borders width anymore. You used to be able to do that through the registry in Windows 7, but apparently it's just like on lock or something, or I don't know how to do it. I've got rabies or something and I can't, I don't know how to do it. And I looked up tutorials and everything, and most of them are like, yeah, it's kind of hard coded in. You can't do it. So now you have to be pixel perfect. You're like, you know, going and you're trying to, you know, when you're moving real fast and you're moving stuff around, it's weird. Like my workflow has totally died from my speed at working with 7, because I would just naturally be like, okay, move this here, do this thing. And now I'll miss, and I'll be like, oh, come on. And then something else happens. Like I'll double click on something and it does something entirely different. And suddenly the window is like decided to go off somewhere else because that's what it does now. But then I'm like, what just happened? And I'm like, where did the window go? Like, what did I just now do? I'm like, why did the keyboard disappear? Like, it's hard to explain, you know.
I'm also getting used to using like 2 different screens at once now. So if I tried to do what you're doing and things started disappearing, because they're already disappearing onto like the second screen.
Right.
So, and then I have to look on the other screen like, oh, that thing flipped over there. And sometimes if you hit the mouse a certain way, it actually drops all your desktop stuff on the other screen. And then I'm like, oh wait, where did it all go?
What just happened? You're like, all I did is like barely touch a button, and then suddenly 58 things happen, and you're like, I'm not sure if you should make it that way, where one button automatically says, now we're rebooting your machine and installing Microsoft Jank. You know, you're like, no, why do you have to do that? You know, nobody wants that, you know.
Yeah, so like there's this command in Photoshop, it's right underneath save as, and they call it revert. And if your mouse moves, like it reverts to some, I don't know, it's crazy. It's like, why does it do that?
The original file or something. You're like,
why did you put that button right there?
Why would you put those? You're like, delete all of your hard drive or save your current file. We're going to put those right next to each other with no borders whatsoever. And we won't even use the words. Now it's just like a little squiggle. That's another thing that I have a big problem with. Everything's icons now. And I'm like, that's fine. But what happened to the option to have the bloody word underneath it? Like even here, I'm looking up here. I see a backward arrow, a forward arrow, a curvy arrow, probably for reload, and then a little house. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, because you're on your new laptop too, or your new computer?
That's what I'm looking at. And by the way, I have to say, janky webcam, mate, because my webcam on this computer, which is brand new, is worse than my cell phone, which is extremely old, you know, so I don't get it. Oh God, I'm full screen. That looks awful.
No, well, actually also it might not be your webcam, because this program downsizes
don't adjust your camera. I'm ugly.
When you have like a 1080 camera, this program actually won't allow it to broadcast 1080 for some reason. Like I don't know why.
Well, even when I just press the webcam or not webcam, but we'll call it my computer cam or whatever, it looks really ugly, you know. Oh, real quick, let's see. Mundo says, hey, Matt, I found your He-Man font on the font place, going to purchase it. I'm not sure what the font place is.
He might mean Saber Font. Is that the only font place?
Copy that, because I was like, ooh, the font place. Is it a new website? Yes. start making memes about the new kinds of places. But yeah, it's funny. I'll just do a quick shout out. Let's see. So I made Mundo. I made the He-Man font because, well, or at the behest or the request of none other than Mark Prater, and that was oh God, what did he go by back in the day?
Kane.
I should have known that. I just realized I should have known that. Like, why did I not know that? What a shame. So many years have gone by, and there's so many other things have been in my brain. But yeah, because he bloody well loved He-Man, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess I got to make one of those things. And I did really love that, you know, cartoon as a kid. But I was most impressed back in the day, not to just totally go off on the He-Man thing, but part of the reason when I did the Balance of Power projects back in 2006 and 7 and all that kind of stuff is because over time I got so impressed with the fact that the vocal work, I used to think when I was a kid, every single voice must have been, as far as I was concerned, a totally different person. You know what I mean? When I was a young kid. But then as I, you know, got into like, you know, high school and college, and I'm like, what the is going on? Are you kidding me?
I think The Simpsons changed that for me. Like, well, I kind of grew up with The Simpsons, and I kind of learned that, okay, this guy's actually doing 3 of their voices. Then there's like a woman doing 2 or 3 of their voices. And then there's another lady doing, you know, and I kind of learned that from The Simpsons. Whereas like I was probably like you, if I watched G.I. Joe as an 8-year-old, I probably thought that they had 35 voice actors.
And I mean, it makes sense in our children's minds, but as from a business standpoint, they'd be like, yo, man, that's a lot of people to be paying, and we got to deal with them. And what if one of them sick or whatever? So, you know, and sometimes you're like, hey, you want to get this bouncing off talent, you know, because you can interact with yourself a little bit easier than having to do it where, you know, people recording separately or from different places in the world. Anyway, but I thought it was the most interesting thing. And here's a great thing, that little tidbits that people get to find out about He-Man. I don't know why. So this Man-at-Arms, aka Duncan, was also Skeletor. Okay, he was voiced by a guy named Alan Oppenheimer, and Alan Oppenheimer is none other than, I want to say it was either the nephew or something related to Robert Oppenheimer, the creator of the atom bomb. And I was like, okay, wait, let me get this straight. Skeletor is indirectly related to the guy who made the atom bomb. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm like, everything is pretty much going according to plan as far as I am concerned. I don't know about you guys, but I was like, yep, I get it. Yep, of course. Hey, I'm a pretty good bomb maker. Hey, turns out Skeletor.
I'll get you for this, He-Man.
I'll have to tell that to Chase Rivera, who is the ultimate Skeletor fan that I know of. Also another string blade maker.
I almost scored me an interview with that guy because I was talking to his, I want to say it was his nephew. I'm pretty damn sure. And this is, you got to forgive me, this was probably 2008 or something. I don't remember, but I ran into him because I saw a video that he had posted, and he was there with his, you know, his uncle, or, you know, at that time his grandfather, whatever it was, and there was Alan Oppenheimer going, and he was just having fun, and that's it. But there he was, you know, just himself, this old man with glasses doing Skeletor, and you're like, that's Alan Oppenheimer, and he's like, yeah, this is my freaking uncle, or this is my grandfather, I don't remember which. And so I was messaging him, and I'm like, hey, I would love to interview him because of this, that, and the other. It's just really funny, and it never worked out, but I was like, that would have been awesome.
Was he also Starscream?
Okay, so you're getting a little confused. So, okay.
Starscream was Cobra Commander, right?
Let's put aside Alan Oppenheimer. Then you had the man. And anyone who knows about cartoons or voices, Frank Welker, he was the everybody in the business of vocals. If you knew, I mean, of course, everybody says, oh, Peter Cullen, he was fantastic as, you know, I am Optimus Prime. Fantastic. But Frank Welker, he did the voice of Bubble Puppy in Bubble Guppies. That's a relatively new cartoon for kids. So he's still been working in the business. But my God, yeah, he was Megatron, Soundwave. He did the
Oh, okay.
Tiny
Soundwave is one of my favorites. Soundwave is the best.
He did Laserbeak. He did
Oh, okay.
Ravage. He was like every one of the damn characters. He wasn't Starscream. I think that was oh God, Chris Latta. I think it was Chris Latta. And what a shame too with Chris Latta, you know, rest in peace, because I think he passed away. But he was great as Starscream. But anyways, Frank Welker was like everything. He was Tiny Toons. He did so many. He was a Boo in Aladdin, you know? Talented. Like, that's a lot of work. To be able to be Megatron and a Boo, you're like, come on, man. That's cool stuff. So I was inspired by all that stuff, and that's why when I did stuff like Balance of Power, I didn't feel as much a lick of bad about saying, oh, I'm going to voice like all these different characters. Or even now with Diamond Dragons, even though I'm trying to get more people to voice my characters, like I got this wonderful guy out there. Shout out to John Meisner, who's going to be the voice of Titan. And he's a very professional, very hardworking. His whole
Is there a
family.
lot of bass in his voice?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing. And when I cast these things, I definitely was trying to cast very specifically and bring these talents aboard. But I also wanted, you know, people who were also more about the team kind of aspect too. I was, you know, kind of saying, look, if you just want a job and all you're looking for is the cabbage and record and beat it, I'm like, it might not be a project for you. We need people who are really going to look at the work and be like, wow, this really has something to say. But anyway, I'm just saying, shout out to my vocal actors who I treasure, because you know everybody has all these different kind of voices and you make yourself sound completely different. Another shout out to my guy, Adam Sartain, who Adam is fantastic. He actually does a lot of vocals on Instagram. You can probably look him up, Adam Sartain. He's our bard. It's a long story. There's a character in the dragon story who he basically is a minstrel. He's a bard. And his music, one of his lines is, music is magic. And it means it literally and figuratively. And when he plays music, he can anoint, you know, his fellow brethren and make, you know, give them blessings and enchant them. And he can also do other things that influence, you know, against the enemies. Like, for example, he essentially dispels some negative spells that are being, well, I don't want to ruin the story, you know, but yeah, there's a bard dragon, if you will. And he does at one point they're in the tavern and he plays a little music to remember some folks, you know, some past dragons and stuff to honor them. And he's like, yeah, that's what's up. We gotta get some of the old tunes played, you know.
Jake is here. Jake's up. What's going on? If you want to do PC gaming, you don't have a choice. You get Windows 10. Otherwise, I might be using Linux. Yeah.
I love
that said, I found the transition from Windows 7 to 10 pretty painless.
Jake's off. I got to give you a shout out there. I don't know how you did it, son, but man, you must have been on a lot of pain medication or something. But real quick, we got to say, Jake's off says, how about Palpatine has a conversation with Skeletor right now? Come on, guys. What is this now?
Because Mark says your Skeletor impression is almost as good as Anthony's Palpatine impression. Thank you.
Everything is proceeding precisely as I have foresigned.
Oh,
One of us is gonna
this Death Star
choke
will
ourselves
be
tonight.
quite operational when your friends arrive.
Yeah. I had to do that. Remember, the ESB thing. Most people don't know that about the live Empire Strikes Back performance. I know that some people probably saw it. Like, shout out to you guys if you did see the live Empire Strikes Back thing that I did. I did 100% of the vocals. I was Yoda, I was Luke, I was the Emperor, and I was Vader. And I wish we had gotten someone different for Vader, but
does the Vader run through something to do something to your voice? Like it was running through a vocalizer or something?
Oh, no, I didn't do it live. I did all these vocals in the can, and that was for the live project that we did. We had the soundtrack that we would, you know, play. There'd be no way to do it live. Although it's true, when I would suit up as, you know, as I always called it, No Vader, I had vocal changing. But what I would do is I would alter my own voice and speak a lot more deliberately. And then using that, plus the pitch changing, plus the fact that it mechanizes it, it's close enough to a James Earl Jones style. But I think that's a lot of it. Even when I did Kylo Ren, it was the same vocal changer circuit board that I used, but all I would do is just speak a little bit more deliberately and be like, I will show you the dark side, you know? And so it worked. Even in the live performances that I did, you know, I have some good lines in there where I was like, hey, I sounded like Adam Driver in there with the, you know, don't be afraid. You know, there's all those kinds of aspects of performance. You know, you try to, you know, move your voice a certain way. That's part of the things that I also had to do as a performer is, you know, move the voice has to go that direction. I think that's part of why, again, I've been doing these projects over the years is because I have command of all those different aspects of it. Performance is one thing physically, like how you stand, how you walk, you know, the candor and the tempo of your voice. But you kind of know that, Anthony, right? When you do Palpatine, it's going to sound different than the rhythms of I don't know, C-3PO, you know. Oh, but sir, you know, there's everything is more up here. I believe this R2 unit is in prime condition. You know, you're like, it's such a different flavor and feel, you know. So that's kind of the thing. That's why so like, you know, some of you guys out there in the chat don't know, but like, you know, Anthony and I, we talk about Albatross a little bit, and I'm like, yo, if you ever need voices, like you got to do your own, you got to hit it hard and let me know, I'll help you. And I think that's part of it is just you have to ooze character, you know. You want it where the words make sense for the character. You want it where the voice tells you big flavor about the character, and then of course the visuals. And that's it. That's, to me, that's a triple threat, right? When you have great artwork, just that bleeds character, it throws it right off the page. You're like, I think I know what that character's about. When you hear them and what they actually say, that's all you got to do. And that's how you make really strong, powerful characters. And I know Anthony and Kevin are 100% capable of that. And it's going to be fun if I ever get to voice any of the crazy guys in there.
Yeah, that'll be cool. We want to do some kind of trailer where you and us, you know, play different parts.
In a world where Albatross rules.
Here, wait. Let me. I'm gonna pull up the synopsis, and then maybe you could read it in like a funny voice. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, I'll do it if you want. I love that. The Mundo's like, I have always enjoyed Dragon's art story or otherwise, so Double Diamonds is going to be cool. I don't know about Double Diamonds, but it's Diamond Dragons. But I feel you. Double Diamonds, I like that. Actually, I have been working on Diamond Dragons 2 as well. There's actually, I posted one short video that isn't really a video. It's just audio with some beautiful footage. And it's some lines from Diamond Dragons 2. And I never wanted to release it, but I thought it was really important given the situation that we were in with the world. And I was telling Anthony about that with the whole COVID-19 thing. And we haven't been taking care of the earth. Shout outs to Carl Sagan. Anybody knows who Carl Sagan is? I mean, he died in 95, but like maybe we weren't listening enough, you know, we didn't listen enough to, you know, even Bill Gates, you know, in 2015. And we haven't been listening to Mr. Rogers, you know. But anyways, my point is, yeah, there'll be a Diamond Dragons 2 one day, I hope. Okay. Oh, wait, so I'm supposed to read this? Oh, wait.
See, the one that says slightly longer synopsis. The middle.
Okay,
one.
I'll try.
See if you, I don't know if you can see it.
Oh man, I'm being put on the spot because my voice is kind of shot.
Take a sip while you wait for it.
When do you want me to read it? Now?
Anytime you want.
Oh, okay. I'm supposed to do the short one? Okay.
The sun is gone. On a dark and icy world, the planet drifts off orbit, and all is seemingly lost. The circadian rhythm of all life is but ended. There is only one hope for humankind to survive. The collected genetic material from Anhinga, a far-flung solar system at the edge of the galaxy. One man left in the world has the power and wisdom to find the single thread of hope that could lead to the sanctuary in this desperate situation. However, before Donovan Cordova can help humanity, he must overcome infighting, war, politics, alien creatures, and even his own children.
That wasn't the
sounded
easiest
great.
thing. I
Thank
was
you.
like, what? Yeah, I
Well,
was
you
like,
know
what
what
the
was
hell?
hard about it? Because you hadn't read it first, so and there was some weird words in there that I made up. So
Well, it's funny you mentioned. Actually, that's something. Something we talked about, and I'm not trying to be weird even on the stream, but at least people who are reading, this could be shaped more, and we could make it where that it flows better. And part of it is something that I think I talked about with you, and this was off stream, which is it's one thing to write down the things you want, and they look good on page when you're listening to it in your mind. But then when you actually have people either read something that's a paragraph or an epic words, or when they're reading dialogue, because then it becomes the most apparent. You'll know when you're like, "Ooh, it doesn't work," or it's confusing, or it throws people off, or just listening to it, you'll be like, "I'm not really sure of what the true message is of this sentence." And so part of the writing process that I've always learned is don't use 8 words when 4 will do. And then it's also a matter of structuring them. So you're like, okay, I can use this one word and it pretty much tells the story. But what if I use this even more specific word? Then it just bleeds off the page exactly like a laser beam. Like you're just literally going, pow, that's what I wanted to say. You know, so like, for example, when I'll see someone will write in their screenplay, you know, Mary rises, walks to the table and picks up the gun. I'm like, what if there was something else like, Mary darts for the weapon, barely scraping at it at the table. You know, you're like, ooh, that sounds hasty. You know what I mean? Do you see the difference?
yeah.
So I'm saying like just what I read, I like what I feel, but there's some things in there that I'm like, ooh, it's confusingly written. I'm not sure what certain things mean. And the clarity would sometimes mean just either changing some word placements around, erasing a few things, or putting something before it. And that, like, you could totally clean that up and make it like, ooh, that works even stronger, because now we're going to strip it down to the thing where you're like, you need only this. And then you're like, replace this word, which is fine, with an even stronger word that means the same thing and even more. So like some words can tell more than another word that's a what do you call it when the words are similar? I'm trying to think of it. Like if I say I'm angry or I'm mad, angry and mad are the same kind of thing, but sometimes you're like mad is the correct word, and sometimes angry is, and sometimes furious. Also, the word sound is really important. Shakespeare used to talk about that too. In fact, I've got a great example of the usage of the word furious, and Sam Jackson used it, right? He's all, and I will strike down with great vengeance and furious anger, right? Those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers, right? It's from Pulp Fiction. Furious anger. Furious sounds like flames. Do you see what I mean? Especially if you say it right. So there's some reason sometimes to choose a certain specific word in your writing if you're looking to laser beam aim at someone. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
Check out the first brief synopsis that I have at the top there. I'm getting some feedback. Maybe there's something. Is there a speaker on at your end?
Well, let's see here real quick. Let's see. Jake Soft says, all these voice acting demos have me wishing I had any talent for it so I could do cool voices for the menu systems in the soundboards that I develop. Well, Jake, I got to tell you that it's like anything else. It takes work. I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you, oh, I've always had this talent for doing vocal work and acting or whatever. It takes work. And like what Anthony does with lightsabers, it probably took a lot of work and a lot of study. And he told me, that he's like, oh, I was inspired by some of your stuff, so I did my things. But he'd make sabers way better than I could ever do. Hands down, no worries. Like I'm cool with that. But I think it takes work. So it takes training. And if you want to do that kind of thing, you should look into it. You should look it up. But I will say this is that when you break down what communication is, it's sound, rhythm, and the pitch. That's basically it, right? For example, and everybody's all seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right?
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it? Right when he's talking about
Bueller.
And it's really funny because he's so out to lunch and everything that he's saying. Ben Stein, he's just going off in this very monotonous tone and looking very empty in his eye. It's a style, and actually it can be used. It's funny if you do that, because you're like, oh, that's cool. It's a style, hey, shout out Bane Fett. He's like Nova. But but when you want to excite people, you have to have dynamics. So it's important to have a lot of different clarity in it. But sometimes you want the hero's character, they're always deep like this, and they're always talking and grumbling. And that's probably why you have things like Harrison Ford, and he's just like, they wanted me for this Star Wars film, and I figured, okay, I'll do another one. But I was kind of done with those movies back in the 80s. I don't want to do another one. And Mark and Carrie, they're wonderful to work with, as you know, but I'm just kind of done with the character. Like, why do they do that? Why is it that all the superhero characters or whatever, they're always grumbly and bassy? I don't know, but that's just how it is.
Maybe it started with Clint Eastwood. Or no, maybe it started even farther back with John Wayne.
Oh, I was about to say, yeah, John Wayne, right? Well, is this a dagger I see before me? I always liked that where Robin Williams put that in Dead Poet Society. I had to think about it, But yeah, it even goes further back. Remember Bogart? Bogart had a real deep voice. I can't do it, So that's what I'm saying is like it's all this pitch. And where do you see all the characters who are usually either annoying or they're the kind of untrustworthy? They're always up here like this, and they're like, "Oh man, don't worry, blah blah blah. Oh, look out, Anthony! Here comes this thing." You can even take Alien. Remember, what was it? God rest his soul, too, because he's a really good actor. It was Bill Paxton, I think, right? Game over, man. Game over. Right? And he's like, "Oh, you want some of this? Oh yeah. Come over here. Oh, you want some too? Come on, man. Yeah." Everything was high pitched, high strung, lots of energy, but those characters usually are not taken very seriously. You got to come in with this kind of voice if you want to be taken seriously. Everything's got to be dramatic, not always monotone, but right. It's like, yeah. So anyways, I went on a big tirade about voice work because someone asked about it, but there you go. Like, yeah, I mean, Jake, if you want to do it, you just got to work at it.
Everything takes work, no matter what you do, says Mundo. That is correct.
Damn right. I mean, like, I slaved over doing Diamond Dragons. Like, it was, besides work, it takes discipline and consistency, right? Like, when I was writing, I worked on it straight for a year, every single day. And even when I was like, oh, I'm so tired of it, I don't want to do this thing, went to it. There's the same with all the lightsaber work too. Like, I'm sure everybody think that it was all sunshine and rainbows and fun and games with balance of power. I'm like, oh no.
Well, man, was writing Diamond Dragons just like making a lightsaber where like at the beginning you thought it was going to take you a certain amount of time, and then by the time you got to the middle and toward the end, you realized that it was like longer than you thought? Is that how it ended up, or you pretty much thought it was going to take a year? Like, how did that?
That's a really good and also multifaceted, complicated question. I would say this is that in the beginning, when I started writing it, I didn't exactly know where I was going to go. What happened is I had been thinking about it for many years. I was like, I always want to tackle a story about dragons. And part of the reason that was so is because I remember playing this game series. Well, in addition, a lot of old games that I loved as a kid, like Archon and Ultima, but there was this game series called Might and Magic. Some people will remember.
I remember that.
Old school. And then they made later a bigger version of it, Heroes of Might and Magic. And this guy, John Van Canegum, he was the dude who kind of masterminded this company, New World Computing. I'd love to get that guy involved, man. That would be so cool. Just be like, John, I got to get your opinion on this dragon story. But anyways, so it always been in the corner of my mind. And then I was like, okay, I think I got to start with like, what are the dragons like? What colors? And, since it's going to be about, you know, these aspects of gems, what are their types, and do they have some powers? But I kind of had this one vision for the end first. I had this vision of, well, I can't say it because I don't want to ruin things, but like something happening at the end that was very specific on a specific terrain and all this kind of stuff. And then I kind of worked from there. I said, well, how are we going to get there? And that's actually often been what
That's
I've
a great
heard.
way to do it.
Well, I don't know if I would say necessarily great in the sense that some people would say, oh, one way is better or worse, but it's not a bad way to do it, because if you know where you're going,
Yeah, I like
you're
that.
you're going to continue. Even if you start to go, okay, I'm getting sidetracked, you'll know to kind of right the ship and bring it back online. Whereas some people will just start writing out of the gate, and I've seen that 100,000, well, maybe not that many times, but quite a bit. And then they wonder where the hell their story went when they're halfway through it, and they intended, maybe they were thinking they'd go here, and then they went 20 degrees this way and found themselves like, I don't know where my story is going anymore. I'm like, that's true. It's because you don't know the direction. You don't know where your main character, you don't know what's going to happen at the end. I'm sure when George Lucas was approaching his story, because he had learned from Joe Campbell, and most people don't know that Joseph Campbell, in addition to writing sort of the book on the hero's journey, he taught these classes at these universities and all this kind of stuff. And he was really the main man on it, even though it's not that he invented the hero's journey. He just is the one who really went, let's shape this. Let's look at this and say, how do we tell a story? Why do we tell our stories the way that we do? And it all goes way back to the most early way we ever told stories, to try to get people to remember shit, pardon my French, but it goes like Beowulf, there's some blank slate hero. They got to do something. They don't really want to in the beginning, or they're not prepared to do so. But there's other people going, hey, we're going to groom you for this. It's going to be cool. Don't even worry about it. And then people sacrifice themselves along the way and blah, 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 blah. But there's always these set pieces that happen. And by the end, it's always like the good guy is going to defeat the bad guy. But how do they do it? It's in an unorthodox way that people don't really expect. Because if it's too basic, it's kind of boring. You already know, oh, he's probably just going to kill him with a sword and that's it. You're like, yeah, it's a little boring, because people
like cleverness in there. Yeah. To make it
so
unique, right?
yeah. So I think like George Lucas knew, he's like, well, there's got to be a bad guy, and they're going to have this big space station, and he's got to blow it up. That's probably what he knew. He's like, yeah. So he's like, my character, Luke. And you're like, gee, I wonder why he called him Luke. I mean, several reasons. His name was George Lucas. And also Luke was a very biblical and basic, plain name, like Anthony, like Matthew. Matthew Skywalker would work. Anthony Skywalker would work, because we don't have like super crazy Maximilian, that's a little bit too of a fancier name, it's more plain. And what we call that is, if anybody's ever heard of this script called Everyman, it's a medieval morality play. I actually directed it in my college days. I kind of rebooted it for the 90s when I was in college, but I'm dating myself now. But the point is, Everyman was a medieval morality play, and the reason they called the main character Everyman was because he represented every man. Luke is you. That's why you attribute yourself so strongly to the thing, is because, and it's not because Luke was everything that you actually are. The point is, Luke is a blank slate. Think about it. What does Luke really do in Star Wars? I mean, that's of significant, very characterized things. He's not at all like Han Solo, not even a bit of it. Han Solo is very characterized. He's a brigand. He's a space pirate. He cares about himself, and that's it. It works nicely for characters, because then if there are people who are really selfish in the beginning, they'll attribute themselves to Han Solo. But most people look at Luke and be like, yeah, man, I want to be the hero, because there's nothing on that character in the beginning. So you immediately align yourself to that character. Frodo is the same way. Frodo doesn't do a damn thing, not a damn thing really, in the beginning of stuff. Like, be honest with yourself. I've asked this question to people. I'm like, tell me something that Frodo did in the first half of Fellowship, and they're like, well, he talked to Gandalf, and you're like, okay.
But he initiated the journey.
No, Gandalf is the one who said, you'll go to Bree and you're going to do this and you're going to do that and you'll take the ring. He didn't initiate it. He did go on it, but he is not the one who said, I'm heading off this way. See you later, Gandalf. Screw you. You know, Gandalf's like, you got to do this thing, you know?
I guess you could say he followed directions pretty well.
I think this is all I'm saying. Luke is a very similar candidate. He's like, you must go to, what is it, Alderaan, and you have to this and that and the other. And he's like, I know the Empire is bad, but I can't get involved in that. I got to do the farming and stuff. He's like, that's your uncle talking, you know. And he's then this is part of what the hero's journey is. You have to look at the steps. There's such a thing as the call to action, which is usually refused first, and it's not always. But the point is, yeah, all of the things work that way. Even Neo is the same thing. Neo meaning new. Lithic, ITH.
That's a great example of like refusing the call to action a little bit, like
Yeah.
especially right from the get.
Yeah, at first he's just like, look, I'm just a computer programmer guy. I'm just doing this job and da-da-da. But he knows something inside is not right. And that's what all the characters are like. Frodo knows there's something not right about all the things going on with Bilbo. Bilbo's like, you know, this is my 11th birthday and da-da-da-da, and I like half of you, half as much as you like, you know, me, the way that I like you, half of my, and then finally he's like, and this is it. I have an announcement. This is the end. You know, and you're sort of like, what the hell is he talking about? You know, Frodo knows something is wrong, you know, but he doesn't know it. He doesn't know what to do. You know, obviously Luke knows battles are going on out there and stuff, but he's like, I don't know what to do with it. But then some old wizard pops in, you know, Morpheus is Obi-Wan, is Gandalf, is Dumbledore. You know, I'm not saying I have a good point because I don't have a good point. It doesn't have to be like me. It's like, these are just things. They're already there. It's not like I invented it. This is all stuff. That's why Harry Potter's such a success, you know, and it'll be why Diamond Dragons will be a success because I have all those things going into it, but it's also unique. It's not a boring carbon copy of all of it. That's also why The Matrix and Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter are all unique and they all survive because they aren't carbon copies. It's boring if you make a complete exact copy of, you know, Star
Actually,
Wars.
all those examples you just gave, they all have their own world.
Mm-hmm.
Harry Potter has its own world that he exists in, and Star Wars has their own world, and
100%.
Lord of the Rings has Middle Earth, and The Matrix has Zion and its future world, you know, nuclear or dark world that they've encountered because of nuclear fallout or whatever. It almost seems like, at least from those examples, that I'm kind of excited about those examples because it points in a direction that if you have your own world, you're better off in that sense. And so I'm happy about Albatross Junction, that we have our own world that we're living in. And for Diamond Dragons, it's like you're in there. You have created this world. There's even a language there.
Oh,
where
yeah,
they
exactly.
speak a certain way,
And I did that on purpose too. It wasn't just because Tolkien invented his own languages and George Lucas technically, you know, he's like, you know, all these characters speak these weird things and you don't have to know what they are, but we'll subtitle it. It's not just because of that. It's because in my case, I've taken it a step further, at least from my point of view. I feel like, you know, Tolkien and George Lucas and these other people, they've put the ball out there, but I'm moving it down the field more, which is in my screenplay, I'm going to teach people about that language. And in the beginning, they're not going to know what the hell's going on for some of the words. But by the end, I have a feeling that they will be saying some of them. They'll be saying some of the catchphrases. They'll be saying some of the words that it's hard to explain, but like, I know that it will ring true because a lot of the messages that come through are really quotable. Like, you know, hell, I was even talking to a lot of my, you know, friends about this thing, and they're like, oh, this is definitely good. There's going to be t-shirts of this easily. And I'm like, it's a good point, you know, and I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I'm so good as a writer, but some of the things that the words that I've chosen to have them say at certain points, they're the kind of thing that you're like, ooh, that's really powerful. You know, some of them are also poignant, you know, some of them are kind of sad, you know, with the things that they say, where it reminds me of a good line. One of my favorite lines from Terminator 2. It pretty much sums up the whole movie. And it's actually one of the ones where Arnold delivers the line to the camera, which is it's the scene where
I'll be back.
no, that's good, but that's not what I'm talking about, because I'll be back is more of a fun catchphrase that everybody's gonna be like, yeah, like the whole hasta la vista, baby. And you're like, that's awesome, great filming, great everything, blah blah blah. But it's also short-lived in the sense that hasta la vista, baby on its own means very little other than, hey, I'm awesome. But it's more this, and I think actually as soon as I say it, people will remember it, but they'll be like, oh, isn't that interesting that we don't perpetuate that one and we perpetuate the cool guy ones? And it works like this. At one point, they drive off to the desert and they meet, what was it? I forget what they call his name. He's Enrique. Also a good actor, by the way, that guy who plays the Enrique character. Very cool.
Why do you cry?
It's that's part of it too, but let me get there. So then they're in the desert. He's working on the car. They're underneath the car, and then at one point, John Connor looks out and he sees these two little boys, and they're firing their plastic guns and they're hitting each other, and they're showing it a little bit in slow motion. I got you, no, I got you, no. And then he gets like kind of set, and he's like, "We're not going to make it, are we?" And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Us humans." And then Arnold looks over to the boys, but he's also looking at the camera, and he goes, "It's in your nature to destroy yourselves." And you're like, okay, I'll take a nap now. And what could be more true right now with COVID-19, the way all of the governments collectively handle money and they push people down, and we are all this society of, instead of taking care of each other, we're taking care of our jobs and, can I have more cars? I want more houses. Can I have more lightsabers? Can I do these things? And it's like, we're not being careful and we're missing it. And I'm sure Carl Sagan, if he was live today, he'd be like, you had one job to do and you did up fucking torsos. I mean, he probably wouldn't say it like that. But like, Mr. Rogers would be disappointed, Any all seen Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood? It's a good film. They released it in late 2019, just before all this COVID stuff. And I was like, yep, oh, well. But I mean, I think this is the most powerful lines in films. And I want to make sure that maybe those end up being the ones people remember, and not the whole like, and now I will destroy you, motherfucker. Where everybody's like, yeah, you're like, that's a good line to remember. But you're like, if that's what you remember from a movie, especially like Terminator 2, you're like, something got messed up. James Cameron's awesome. He wrote some really powerful lines with all this stuff. And
some of my favorite lines from Terminator 2 actually come from, is his name Robert Patrick, the bad guy, the bad Terminator,
yeah.
T-1000. He says,
fantastic actor.
That's a nice bike. Guy. That's one of my favorite ones. And then when he's in the, when he uses that bike to actually launch himself through the window and land on the helicopter.
It was awesome.
That was a great effect and a great cinematography moment. The way that the camera was at that moment, and also the fact that the helicopter wasn't flying too high, that when he entered the pilot seat, he was able to tell the current driver, get out.
Yeah.
And since I guess it wasn't, the threat from him was greater than the threat from the fall, he just launched himself out of the cockpit. Well,
yeah, I mean, I think, what would you do? Say no?
Yeah, just get stabbed. I mean, he has to calculate everything that he just saw within 1 second. That's the pilot that who just witnessed this.
Yeah.
And he's calculating all that within 1 second. He has to decide, is he going to jump out of this helicopter that's flying?
I would say this: the moment the dude drove the motorcycle out of the window, I would have been like, what? And then the fact that he's crawling inside, you're like, okay, I would have gotten out earlier. But I know, it's dramatic. But the point is, yeah, I know what you're saying. And that's the thing. I'm hoping, not to steer it in a weird way, but I'm hoping to try to make it more like where people remember the stronger lines. Like, there's a great one in Lord of the Rings, which is straight from the books. Like, Peter Jackson was like, I have to add this in. And it's at a point where they're in the caves and they're having to choose a path and they're not really sure. So they're kind of waiting around, and Gandalf has to think. And Frodo's like, I wish the ring had never come to me, Gandalf. I wish that I was at home in the Shire and I could spend time again with my friends and my family. And he's like, so do all who come across such times, Frodo. But it isn't for us to decide.
What is for us to decide is what to do with the time we're given.
And you're like, whoa, you know, like it's a powerful moment, you know, to think about those kinds of things. Is no one ever wishes for when you're in a harrowing condition, you know, like this COVID-19 thing. People have lost their lives, people have lost their partners, people have lost their family and their friends. And it's weird to be in a pandemic that hasn't happened for 100 years. Nobody wishes to be in here, but it's like, well, what are you going to do with this time that you have, and how are you going to deal with it? Adversity sucks, but getting through adversity is probably more important than adversity. It goes back to those quotes from people like Churchill. You know, he'd say, when you're going through hell, keep going. You know, don't stick around, don't smell the flowers. He's like,
I really love that quote. Yeah.
continue. don't stay. Do not stay. It's a bad idea to stay in hell. Just continue, please, you know. And yeah.
Yeah, my heart goes out to everyone that's like growing up right now, because
My
I feel like,
daughter.
yeah, you know, it's a real big loss to, let's say, I mean, there's 1,000 things you could say about it, for being just a child in general, to being somebody who is like, let's say, a student athlete and who can't take part in certain sports, or is trying to, someone who's maybe not a student athlete, who's someone who's just going to school trying to make friends, someone who had some aspirations, someone who thought of who they might want to talk to the next day, or who they might want to try to talk to the next week, or who they might want to become friends with. And just everything like that is just on, either on hold or just got extinguished because they were, you know, everything kind of came to a halt. And to be a young person while that's going on, I really, I'm having trouble comprehending like what that'll do. But
I could speak a little bit on it, where, you know, because I have a 6-year-old. Her name's Caitlin. Anybody who's following my Facebook, they'll see that I you know, post as often as I can about my situation, because my life is pretty complicated. It's hard. I think the best lessons that I've ever been able to come across, really, they have to do with Mr. Rogers. So anybody who's not familiar with Fred McFeely Rogers, it was so much more than some TV show where he was just proselyting to kids or placating kids. He was trying to, you know, his biggest thing was, he's like, we want to get young people to talk about their feelings early on enough. And then he never actually hit the predicate of that, which is, I filled in the blanks, where I'm like, wow, what he's saying is, we want to get young people to talk about their problems early so that we don't end up with people who are monsters in the long run. And maybe I'm just speaking the truth right now and everybody's like, ooh, dramatic, but it's like, think about it. That's how you end up with Ted Bundy's. That's how you end up with Manson. That's how you end up with Trump. Sorry if people like Trump. I just probably, you know, lost a whole bunch of fans. Who knows? I don't know. But it's like, right, we have these people who they've pushed aside all those things about themselves. And it's like, it's probably because they you know, suppressed all those sides of it. And it's too bad, you know, because there's lessons to be had in that. Is that, you know, so for example, like my 6-year-old, you know, at one point she, you know, just got upset a little bit randomly. I mean, she was frustrated with something, like she was trying to draw something and the paper ripped, and, you know, she gets frustrated. You know, every kids get frustrated. She ran upstairs and I'm trying to, hey, I'm talking to you, come here. And she just kept running and she's running. And finally she's in the corner of her room and she's just standing there looking at the wall and she's got her head down. And I said, look, Caitlin, it's important. Like, you're not in trouble. You know, daddy loves you and everything's cool. Like, what's going on? You know, you can always talk to me. Are you sad? Are you happy? Are you frustrated? Are you sick? Are you, tell me what's going on? And she's like, Daddy, finally, you know, and she's like, I miss my friends. And I'm like, right. She's 6 and she can comprehend that, you know, but she can't actually deal with it because she's only 6, you know.
Yeah.
So it internalizes and then eventually it comes out in a completely different way. And I've seen this with other people, but the irony is I've seen them with adults because they never learned when they were 6 how it was like, I should probably tell people these things so I can talk about it and try to figure it out. Instead, they internalize it.
Well, some people also don't have somebody to talk to. That's a possibility too. So there's, a percentage of people that maybe don't have anybody, and then you have the percentage of people that don't want to tell anybody, even if they had somebody. So you're left with a lot of people who just internalize that or don't get the chance to deal with it. But also, it's different for every age group. When you have a 6-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old who doesn't, let's say, have a communication method to talk to their friends, like maybe a 15-year-old might have their own phone or have access to the family computer or their own computer, and they can talk to their friends still. But still, then believe me, I could see that there's an issue there socially that is never going to be replaced. I feel lucky that I'm at the age where I'm past all of the high school days and different times like that, but to have to miss out on some high school times if you're in high school right now and you got your year cut short or things like that. I mean, these are just the smaller issues that are maybe less significant than someone losing their life, but are very significant if it's your life.
Totally.
And exactly. just affects certain things and maybe pushes certain desires off a little bit or changes certain things or just postpones certain things that you wanted to do. Those small sadnesses are kind of like what I think about, aside from the major sadnesses. I'm thinking of all those little things that it must be rough for people growing up, for kids like your daughter's age, but also all through high school and college too, where they are missing out in a sense.
Well, and there's other things where people's lives are completely turned upside down. Like, I don't mind saying, I'm not going to get too much into it because I shouldn't, but like my entire life just turned completely upside down in the last 2 months. And I mean, absolutely everything.
Like you're not even living in the same spot that you were 2 months ago.
I won't even get into it, but I will say this because then I can shift the burden and whatnot. So check it out. A couple things. Mundo says some of the kids that have lost a parent or their lives and haven't had a chance to really live, he says, I pray for him. So shout out Mundo. That's smart stuff. Jake says an unfortunate side effect of prosperous times is the illusion of self-sufficiency. It's true. The upside of adversity is that it highlights the truth of how we all need one another. Jake, smart stuff, man. That's got to be up there.
2 sentences. That says far more than 2 sentences normally say.
That's cool. Oh, and I got to say, quick shout out to Eamon. Eamon in the house. Right on.
Eamon Sepio.
So
thanks so much for being here, buddy.
I don't know how to say it, Seplo, but so like, okay, let me tell you about Eamon. So Eamon is my composer. So shout outs to everybody watching. He's the Diamond Dragons composer. And if you've heard any of the music, which honestly, it's not like I've released any videos where I'm like, it's just the music for you to really comprehend because it's all in the background while there's like dialogue or someone's talking over it. But it's like, Eamon's fantastic. His music's really good. You got to check it out.
So all that music in your trailers and stuff is original Diamond Dragons composed by Eamon. How do you say the last name? Seplo?
He'll probably have to tell you, but he just came in and shouted out. He's just like, great podcast. It's great to compose music for you, Matt. And I'm like, hey, shout out. It's good to work with. And also the best part about working with Eamon is something I was telling you, Anthony. I was because I was just on the phone with Eamon and I'm like, you, me and Anthony got to talk because he's into martial arts.
You were telling me about him. I think it was yesterday, the day before you were telling me. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So now he knows that I wasn't just bullshitting. Right. But I mean, the point is that it's good to be able to talk about other things, but beyond that, it's like the connective tissue thing is that, you can tell Eamon cares about music, not because, hey, I can play cool shit and get attention. He's like, yo, John Williams, yo, John Barry, like this is how you do it, bro. Like this is how you move people emotionally. And this is how we influence, like how much different a movie would be if it was composed by person X and then person Y. It doesn't even mean it would be worse. It just means it would be different.
Right.
Like, imagine if The Matrix was not composed by their composers. I actually don't even know who did it off the top of my head, but it's like, it's so interesting to think like the Superman theme from John Williams, You know, the dun 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 dun. Like, if it was composed by someone else, it might be entirely different, and maybe it wouldn't be as heroic or you know, triumphant. Maybe it would be more subtle. And it kind of just begs the question about all sorts of different things. Is like, wow, we never really thought about that. And George Lucas definitely knew that, where he was like, yo, without Ben Burt and without John Williams, Star Wars is only 40% a film. You know what I mean? It's very true. So I always say this: get ye a good composer. No, get ye a great composer. I'm lucky. Eamon is a great composer, and he's working really hard. And he plays way more than just like, you know, oh, blah, blah, blah. He's like playing guitar. He's doing piano. He's doing these string instruments. Like, you know, it's pretty hard.
Incredible. So he's probably playing a lot of the instruments and mixing them together as if it's like a more of a group effort, but it's him doing a lot of the instruments.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd have to ask him more of that. I don't want to speak for him, and I know it's hard because he's on the channel now, just sitting here to be able to go, hey, what's up? But like, you could always invite him one day if you want. Plus, talk to him, because then you never know. Maybe he'd be like, oh yeah, one day I'd love to craft a few pieces for Albatross. You never know. I can't speak for him, but I know that a lot of times it's now the digital world is caught up, where, you know, back in the day, if you tried to make music just on a computer, it would sound, you'd be like, oh, janky hack, you know. But now the instrument samples and everything, they sound so realistic that if you know what you're doing and you're composing correctly, you almost have an orchestra at your hands, because instead of you needing someone to play a string instrument and be brilliant at it, you have the computer to say, I want you to play these notes. And then the computer's like, got it. You know what I mean? And the samples sound well enough. Not if you use some janky software, but if you use like the legitimate software. It's sort of like 3D work these days, right? If you go into the Unreal engines and you craft yourself a river and mountains, it looks almost like you're like, that can't not be real. Like, that's not real. And you're like, no, it's very fake, you know? So.
Hey, Matthew, read my sentence here that's under brief synopsis, starting with a frozen world. Tell me what you think of that one.
I'll try it. Do you want me to do it like Trump-wise?
A frozen world without a sun.
No.
It wasn't my fault.
Wait.
A frozen world without a sun. The fight for sun satellites and survival begins and ends in Albatross.
So I don't know. That's tough, man, because you got a lot of alliteration. You use the word sun twice, and you got satellites and survival. It's a lot of S's, man.
That's true. That's true. The word sun twice is too many, I think. You're right. That's a good point.
Bad, but listen when I say it, because again, it's one thing to have alliteration. Like if you have someone, like I'll give you an example. My bard dragon, at one point, I have him use alliteration in what he says, and it's purposeful. And it makes sense because he's a poet. He's the bard. He is a poet. So, and what he says is really powerful at the time, but I have him literally use something where he's like S, something. That works. But if you're trying to do it to capture people, when I say, it's one thing to write it, but look at a frozen world without a sun, the fight for sun satellites and survival. It's like already you can feel the sibilance, you know? And that's actually the funny thing about that word, sibilance. There's so much S's. So a frozen world without a sun, the fight for sun satellites and survival begins and ends in Albatross. There's other ways to word that.
So also the word frozen, even though there's no S, you're kind of saying it the way it's said sounds frozen. Like S. So that's too many S's. I see what you mean. And also the way it ends with two S's, we're talking about, we probably have about 8 or 9 S sounds in here. And there's only about 11 words.
Yeah, and the irony is you might say, well, I never intended it that way. And I'm like, no kidding. And the problem with it is like, there's no way of avoiding it. Sometimes you have to sit there and go, damn it, I want to say these things, but I'm not allowed to right now because I just used that word. I've run into that. I've been typing out something where I'm like, I have to say that word again. And I'm like, ooh, then you know what I do? I stop and find ways to reword. Because sometimes you can't find a good... not even really synonym, but you're like, ooh, I need to say, like, also you don't want to be like, she walks over the table, period. She then picks up an item, period. You're like, stop saying that. It's going to bore people. It has to be something where you've worded around it where you're like, they already know she's doing something. So how do we get there without boring them with the words? So like, I put it this way, to me, the words are just as much part of your craft as the things that you paint. You wouldn't paint or draw the same image on 3 pages of a guy shooting, and then next shot, another guy shooting from the same angle, and then a different character shooting from the same angle. You'd be like, you know, I got to mix it up a little bit. I got to have a wide shot. I got to have a close up where he's like this. I got to have medium. I got to have one where he's like at a weird angle. They could all shoot, but now you have those juxtapositions and they're all over the place. But do you see what I'm trying to get at?
True. Yeah. It's like, I understand that 100% for drawing, but for writing, that's a new skill
But you're learning.
that I'd have to get.
fun.
Yeah.
I learn from you, you learn from me, just like I bank on you, you bank on me. That's how we do it. Just like what Jake was saying. He's like, the truth of how we all need one another. Period. You know, there's a great thing that I love how Denzel Washington said stuff, you know, like he's one of my favorite guys where you see him say inspirational stuff, but there's this great thing that he said, he always says this at the end of a lot of different things, but there's this one particular video where you could look it up if you all want. It says Denzel ministers to theater kids or something like that. That'll help you. Denzel ministers to, you know, theatrical students, something. And he says all these wonderful things to them and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, and finally, I'll say this. I have never seen a U-Haul behind a hearse. I'll say it again. I have never seen a U-Haul behind a hearse. Now, I've been blessed to making hundreds of millions of dollars. I can't take it with me, and neither can you. So it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have that counts. And we all have different gifts. And I was like, that's some, yeah, you know, those are some good words. And I think that's the most important thing is we could have all the money in the world and all the things or whatever, but it's like,
Or like you said, all the words. You could have all the words in the world.
exactly.
It has to be whittled down to, and we've talked about it before. It's like comedians discuss this, where if you listen to an expert comedian, a really, really professional, experienced comedian, they will have the fewest words to say that joke, because they know that shaving off syllables, shaving off words, if you can do it and still say what you want to say, saying what you, it's really, I mean, me and you talk about this all the time on the phone. We kind of relate everything back to like a punch, or relate everything back to like martial arts, and it's the same thing with that too, right? Boom. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's like, why do, if you could do it in one move, why do it in 4?
Precisely. I mean, it really does. It all comes down to simplicity is something that the universe answers to and listens to. I'll give you an example. I'll just do some of the things from Diamond Dragons 2. This one video, which I could probably share the link to, but people could probably find it. You would just go searching Diamond Dragons 2, I, like letters I. I don't think I used the number, and then just put messages of hope or a message of hope. What I'm alluding to is a scene where I start in the middle, so I'm not telling everybody what is happening, but at this point, there's 2 characters, Jackie and Artemis. Jackie at this point, well, Jackie is the hero in Diamond Dragons 1, but by this point, he's sort of like Luke ESB. Think of it like that, right? He's more seasoned. And he's probably had some questions to say to Artemis. Artemis is a blind gold dragon, and he's more of a wizard. But anyways, he must have said something weird to Artemis, because then Artemis says, Jack Ralvian, which is Jackie's long name. Jack Ralvian, silence is not emptiness. There are some lessons which sound cannot teach, right? And he's like, I imagine you'd say the same about sight, Artemis. And he's like, you listen between my words. And you're like, ooh, good stuff. And I wrote those on purpose. You know, very purposeful. It's true that silence isn't emptiness. There's things that you listen to, right? That happen even when there's nothing going on. Good example might be even for Albatross, you want to have some scenes where people literally don't say anything, but they're saying something. You know what I mean? That's
the great thing about a comic book.
You do it with imagery.
Yeah, you could show a lot with the you have to be clever with the images, and then still the same rules of, I mean, I say rules, but the same guidelines apply of, if you could say it in less. I mean, that's the whole point. So like you said, if maybe words don't even need to be there, especially since it's a comic book, sometimes they don't. And you could even get something from the experience without even looking at the words. Like when I was growing up and I was buying the comic books, I was more into the illustrations. So 75% of the comics I would buy, I wouldn't read. I would look through them for the illustrations. And then the ones that I thought were like excellent looking, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to go through and read this because this looks so good. I bet you reading it makes it even better. I'm sure reading any of them would have made it better, but the fact of the matter was I was more into the art.
So it's a really good point you make, and I'll just say this with Shakespeare. He used to say this, and he would often give his advice in a lot of his different scripts, but especially in Hamlet. But anyways, I'll just say this, is that he would say, suit the action to the word, word to the action. And it makes sense because, again, like what I was relating to earlier, what oozes character and makes people really latch on and go like, wow, I really get it, is what the character looks like, what they say, and the tone and the qualities of the sound that's coming involved with all those things. You know what I mean? It matters. But then there's also the other things, the emotional beats that maybe an actor can bring, or again, the imagery can bring. So again, it's all in what you see, it's all in what you hear, and it's all especially important in the words. So if everything echoes the same thing, the message is that times stronger. So for example, what if a character says, I love you, and the other one says, I know, right? We all know that one. But it's like, well, why is that powerful? Why is that powerful? Because you're like, he could have said, just like they originally had, I love you too, carbon freeze, you know, or whatever. But it wasn't working. Irvin Kershner, I think it was Kershner who was directing that one. Does that sound right?
Right.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And, you know, they were like, okay, this, that, and the other. And finally, Harrison Ford's like, look, I just, you know, like maybe I could just try something, you know, I don't know. What do you think? Is that okay if I try something? Oh yeah, definitely. Like we've shot it 100 times, maybe not 100 times, but they shot I love you too. And they were just like, I don't know, it's falling flat. I wonder why too, because it feels like such an emotional moment. I love you too, you know, but you're like, it just doesn't work. And when it was, you know, I love you, I know, you're like, gotcha. Got it. Got him. You know what I mean? You're like,
and also because you know what, I've been thinking of it as you were talking. It's like my brain was telling me, oh well, maybe it's because we spent an entire movie with Han Solo previous to this, his interaction with Princess Leia. But then my brain started turning more, and I'm thinking, no, I think Empire Strikes Back, actually, if you didn't see A New Hope and you came in right at the beginning of Empire Strikes Back and you saw the relationship between Han Solo and Princess Leia, and you could extrapolate maybe what you missed because the acting and the lines are so succinct and so short and powerful, like when they're in the ice cave arguing and doing a couple of their arguments, then they finally end up where you're talking about toward the end of the movie. Mm-hmm. I think it stands on its own within that movie, meaning it really didn't need the relationship of the previous movie, but that helped. Right. But it did stand alone in that movie. I think all you had to do was watch Empire Strikes Back, and the line "I know" after "I love you" works just as well as if you saw.
It's actually on my ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it written like on the inside of the ring?
On the outside, actually. Not that the camera
outside,
would ever pick this up. There's no way. But actually, each one of these boxes holds where it says "I know," and I'd had that engraved, and the other ring, you know, said "I love you" or whatnot. I won't go into that too much because that is unfortunately in a bad place. But I will say this though, like, yeah, like those are powerful lines because it's sort of like when it's unexpected, but then if you're like, ooh, but it's the truth, you know? I've placed a lot of lines like that in Diamond Dragons too. And I'll put it to you this way. For me, it's all about setups and payoffs, and also about character archetypes that the whole world has already seen before. And it's the reason they've seen them before is because they're powerful. I'll give you an example. Scarlett O'Hara. hopefully everybody's familiar with Gone with the Wind. If they're not, they kind of should be, because it's slightly one of the best films that's ever been put on celluloid.
I'll have to rewatch it then. I haven't seen that one in probably 25 years.
Either way, it doesn't really matter. I'll just put it to you this way. Scarlett O'Hara in the beginning of the film of Gone with the Wind, and again, I have to sum it up really quick because obviously it's a pretty long film and there's a lot. She is pretentious, presumptuous, egotistical, arrogant, an awful person.
And she's like a rich person, right?
She's rich, and she looks at other people like they should be used, and they're just there for her, for her pleasure, whatever else. But near the end of the film, as you can imagine, essentially what's going on in her mind is she's like, I've been a really terrible person, haven't I? And there are other people around who are kind of like, yeah, but you're learning. It's something akin to that. That doesn't exactly, it's not what's said, but I mean, it's the kind of arc that this person goes through, character arc. There's a character that I've placed in Diamond Dragons who, I'm not kidding too, like it was on purpose. I didn't do it by accident. Violetta, this princess dragon. She's exactly like Scarlett O'Hara. Exactly.
I always said in my mind, Violetta.
Doesn't matter. Violetta, doesn't really matter. But exactly, it's just smells like princess. You're like, someone named Violetta. You're like, wow, what a pretentious name that is, or whatever. Purposely, just like this one other character, Titan. You're like, wow, Titan. I wonder what he's like. And you're like, take one goddamn guess. You're like, what do you think he's going to be like? With a name like Titan. What do you think that dragon's going to be like? Is he going to be this
weak, shriveled up little guy? Hi.
No, But I mean, and that's another thing.
A different story if he was. It could have been.
It actually is like there's such a thing as when the character
named. Yeah, like my first dog, we went to pick him up as a little puppy, and the people said, we already gave that one a name. He's the runt of the litter. We call him Rocky. So
there you go.
We picked him. Yeah, so there was an irony there. So if Titan was a little mini guy like your little dragonfly character, that would have been a different story, I guess, like a different tale.
Yeah, but that said, I mean, what we're talking about too is making sure, like, because it's one thing to have comedic characters and ones that you can, I don't want to say throw away, but it's like once you do that characters, it's tough to have them taken seriously. But in the case of what I'm trying to say is when you name your characters, that should also exude something. I feel that people should be able to conjure something. If you just say the character's name is blah, that at the very least they get at least 10% of information, because you're never going to know, but that's why, like, some characters, like when you name them Luke and that's it, you're like, that's kind of a blank slate. It could be like Matt or Matthew,
But the name Skywalker sounds heroic to me. But I'll tell you, when I first
but check it out. But I was joking with this one friend of mine, but Fred Skywalker wouldn't have worked, right?
Well, that would have been like a good bumbling cousin.
I was gonna say he could be like,
you got drop almost like a Jar Jar where he drops the wrench.
I don't know if you know this, but Luke, he was my cousin. I'm Fred Skywalker. No one ever talked about me, man.
It could have been me. And he takes another sip.
That's so funny. I could have been the one to pull the trigger on the Death Star.
I was the one in the targeting computer, and nobody saw me. There wasn't a frame of film on me.
Or no, he stayed back at home on the farm, and he was like, "Hey, you go get the Death Star, and I'll keep the droids, lubed and everything else."
And he was the better pilot.
You mean because he wasn't going?
I like Mundo's comment here. He says, "Simplicity is so much more. The only thing that stays the same is that everything changes." This is one notion that scared me, Matthew, before this whole lockdown thing and before this whole virus thing, was I was telling that to people at my work, like not to be like a negative Nancy or anything, but I was telling them, they're like, "Oh, isn't it a great day?" or something. Like, well, what scares me is that everything is great. That's what scared me. because things are going a little bit too well for a little bit too long. And unfortunately, I would quote that to them. I would say the only constant is change. And I just hated that because, like we had when you have a good thing going, we have maybe a group of people that are working together or whatever you're doing, and you realize, wait, something's operating a little too nicely here. The world is going to intervene at some point. I hope it doesn't, but this is something I couldn't have foreseen. I thought, Matthew, I thought a snowstorm was coming. I didn't know that. I thought people were going to be sent home for a day or two. Maybe a snowstorm would come. We didn't get a snowstorm, but we got something else.
Yeah. Well, don't get me started because, you know, I was
Oh, this is a great question from Jake.
No, I like that. I think I just saw that too, and I would much rather go there because if I start talking about certain things, I'm going to lose it. How about we should answer this question? We should probably take a short break because I need to get another beer. But or were you going to look at Jake's? Because, dude, Jake, shout out to you, man. You got, dude.
You know what? I will start answering.
He's woke as hell. He's woke as hell. I love it.
Yeah, definitely. I will start answering this. You go do what you got to do, and then
no. I mean, I want to be here for this one. This is a good question
because I want to go use the bathroom too at some point. I want to pee, but this question says, can you talk a little bit about how to go about creating rules for the universe and working within those rules? I have something to say about this because
I have a lot too. Yeah, you start.
In my story, Albatross Junction, that I made with my best friend Kevin, he had come up with the idea probably about 25 years ago. I've been involved in the idea for maybe about 10 years, writing it with him and stuff like that.
Shout outs to Kevin.
Shout out to my buddy Kevin Cosme. He's at K Scott Cosme on YouTube, and he's also behind Albatross_Junction on Instagram. That's our Instagram for our comic book and stuff. And oh, Eamon's here.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Maybe is he halfway in or fully in? What's going on, Eamon?
Is he in here now?
Oh, maybe let me unclick.
He's camming up. He's trying to cam up. I could see that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to give him like a smiley face. Or
yeah, let's give him a minute because he might be setting it up. So when I was going about designing Albatross Junction and designing that world, I had to work under some constrictions, which a lot of other stories didn't really have to deal with. And this was one of the things that I at the same time I found it interesting. I also found it, challenging. Because one of the things that was going on in our story was there's these laws, there's these rules that the characters can't break. So one of the laws in the world is that if you do a crime, especially like a violent crime, it's kind of like an eye for an eye. So if I go over and kill somebody and I'm in Albatross, what happens is I have this technology in my body, and what'll happen is if I go and kill somebody. What's going on, Eamon?
Hey.
How are you?
Pretty good.
I've never seen him in person too yet. So check it out real quick, Eamon, so we don't get totally off. We're talking about Jake's question here, which says, can you talk a little bit about how you go about creating rules for a universe and working within those rules? So Anthony was kind of talking about his project, Albatross, how in his world, killing is like a big deal. Like if you do anything negative, like they're like, yo, you gotta pay, and you will pay.
And they pay kind of instantly because there's a technology in the bloodstream that if I go and murder somebody, the technology is almost like a Bluetooth that connects with your technology inside your blood or inside the victim's blood. When it senses that I've murdered or there's like a signal in my brain that kind of is like a guilt combined with the Bluetooth connectivity that says I've done this crime, this person's no longer breathing, I have done it, then I will actually burn up because of the technology in my bloodstream, which is like nanotech, like picture like the stuff that Iron Man's suit is made out of.
Basically insta kill, right?
Insta kill. So it's like I will just burn up. It's sort of like judge, jury, executioner all in 5 seconds time.
Damn, man. So it's like pretty instantaneous. There's no real like, okay, hey, there's some questions involved here.
Right, because it's like those things make the determination, and it's basically because of laws and rules made by the technology makers a couple hundred years before. And that company, like let's say it's like a company like Apple or a company like Microsoft, the company is gone. And the technology is no longer accessible to update or anything else. So it's just whatever it was programmed back then is what it is now. And what's going on in this world is I had to write around conflicts and wars around this situation. Like, how do I get somebody to kill somebody when they themselves will die? Like, everything had to be clever. So it's almost like I wanted to kill Matthew, I might like shoot some rocks above his head so that maybe hopefully some rocks fall on him or something. But
and then it's sort of like, does that even work, or does the
right, like,
technology
it
recognize
might
that?
determine that I still did it, you know? So
Right.
there's a couple pieces of technology in the world that there's like
a powerful writing tool that you created yourself, because then you have the audience constantly, once you establish that for the audience immediately, which I think I even saw already, like, I mean, you know, it just so happened the stream that I was in, I was like, oh, I witnessed that in
I think you had seen that one page where this guy was like burning up or something.
Yeah. So, but I started to get it, and I was like, oh, I think I understand some of this universe. So the point is, audiences are smart, or at least you have to give them some credit that they're going to recognize that now you're going to have them on the edge of their seats every time, because then when some guy is like, you know, blah, 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 and he's going to be like, shit, I can't do that, you know? So then you have that nice moment where they can be like, I want to kill you. I should kill you, but I can't kill you. And they'd be like, why the hell not? And they'd be like, because I have that damn C-19 technology. And they'd be like, are you serious? You still have that old shit in you? He's like, yes, you know, or something like that. It's a good way to establish a strange position for, because the audience is going to be like, oh, I can't wait for this person to kill that person. And then you could also pull mysteries. You could have it where someone's pretending like they've got that technology in them the whole time. Only one day they're like, and he's like, dude, you'll never do it. And he's like, you think so? Pow. And then like no repercussions. And then
there's actually a saying in our story, and to talk about words, tell me if you kind of like this saying, where there's one character who he is an unfrozen, he unfreezes. He's a soldier from hundreds of years ago.
Cryogenic, and then he's
cryogenic. He doesn't have this technology active anymore. It has been kind of like frozen out. He had one of the first iterations of it. It has been kind of extinguished because it didn't survive his freezing,
his cryogenic process. And that's a cool excuse too. That's a cool excuse to be like, well, he does have it in him, but now it doesn't work. And then at the very least, the audience can believe that.
Right. And when he kills somebody in front of other people, and they're all like, uh-oh, like he's gonna burn up. We're all ready.
And then he's like,
and then one little girl off to the side, I forget the exact line that I had written, but it's almost like, he can kill without consequence. And then everyone starts kind of, you know, chanting, like, he kills without consequence. He kills without consequence. And people are like, what the F? You know,
right.
they don't get it. They've never seen that.
That's where I think your writing is going to do really well, because even though maybe, you know, earlier, and Eamon may or may not have seen none of this, it's fine, dude. I'll help you on the synopsis and all that stuff. Don't worry about it. But that's good writing, because now you have some place where you've got it where it's almost a little Mad Max style, where there's certain things governing the world that, like, it becomes important. Like, again, even in Water World, land was important. In Mad Max, water was crucial. You know, like anybody who had a drop of water, it was like, oh, snap, are you kidding me? So like by establishing these rules and then using those and manipulating the audience with them, that's what it's all about. So like what, again, to go back to what Jake is saying is like, how do you go about creating rules for universe and working within them? It's like, from my perspective, and I would say, I would bet everybody's going to agree with this. And if they don't, feel free to chime in. It's like, it's there as a way to not only continue the entertainment value, but also allow lessons to occur and make your world unique where no one else really has any kind of governing. Because if you just go, oh yeah, it's another space drama, and you're like, great, so is there anything unique about it? No, they're just in space, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, great. Well, now your movie or whatever your story is just as exactly the same as every other space drama, because there's no gravity and you can't breathe and you're going to do this and you're kind of like, well, we all know those things. So what makes your world unique? And if someone says, well, nothing. And you're like, okay, well, maybe you should rethink that janky story then, right? You know?
Yeah.
And I was like, sorry, do I need to say more?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's another point I want to make about that, because I really love that question. It kind of reminded me of another situation within like my main job, which is graphic design, which I think plays really well into drawing comics and different things too, and also, you know, designing anything and then transferring that to designing, like, let's say, a lightsaber or whatever. It's kind of like one thing I heard once when you're dealing with a client. So when you're a graphic designer or you're a designer and you're trying to please the client, but you're also trying to put out a good design,
Yeah,
what
it's like
you have to, it's a balancing act between the constriction of
balance of
what
power.
they are asking for, and then the constriction of your view of what is a good design. So it might be this narrow searchlight, pathway of this is good design. You have to push their stuff into that light path and make it shine. And what you're kind of doing there is playing this game. And I think that what I've heard about that is that it excels, it enhances the work. So
it does,
it's
because
like if you were just playing without any, like, for instance, if you were painting a picture, now you could come out with like a Mona Lisa. Yes, you could. At the same time, there's something to be said for that collaboration of that focus of saying, like, listen, you got to keep within good design, plus you also have to sell my product. So let's like keep it within that pathway.
Exactly. I mean, I definitely have lots to say about these things, and I think we all do to some extent, because it's an abstract concept, but at the same time, it has some very interesting consequences if you just let it go like willy-nilly and crazy. But it's like, for example, in my Dragons world, what I made sure to do purposely, in addition to making a new language that they use, which I invented pretty much entirely on my own, but I also didn't do it 100% namby-pamby, but that's not the point. The point is, there is magic to a certain sense in this world, but it's not the atypical magic that most people see in most films or whatever, where it's just sort of like, okay, you have this ability, so you can just shoot power your hands pretty much at will. What happens in my world is the dragons, they attempt to do things like chanting. So it's sort of like spell words. And yeah, that's kind of similar to Harry Potter. But that even Harry Potter borrowed all the way back from D&D, Dungeons, Dragons, and all
They
this
also
kind of stuff.
utilize worldly stuff too, like real worldly characters were brought into Harry Potter.
Yeah, but that's not even the point. My point is, at least with the dragons, is there is a certain level of, you can't just do anything at any time. It takes work, and it takes like concentration. So for example, most spells, if you will, and they're called a little bit differently, but that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is most of the things that go on with the spell work can be interrupted. So it's actually really implausible most of the time when someone wants to do something, unless they have absolute abject control and no interruptions. So for example, in the midst of battle, to be like casting spells all over the place, it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. It just takes too much concentration. But there are examples when, and I mean, this I know I won't be revealing too much, when the main bad guy pulls off some, tricks and stuff like that, that he has the ability in some cases to have enough respite, or just a moment in time where he can pull off an attempt to do something, because as long as he's not interrupted, he gets a shot at it, But it's, what I'm trying to say is this, is by making governing rules, is he's not just able to say, oh, for example, if you show in a movie that like Iron Man can shoot power out of his knuckles, then you look at a move that he does and you go, why in the hell doesn't he just do that like all the time? In fact, there's one moment where freaking Rhodey mentions that, like he's like, duck or whatever, and then Rhodey ducks, and then Iron Man does something, and
those lasers, right,
all over the place, and it's like, and then it's just like a cure-all, where they're like, oh, in this scene he's going to fight all these things, and like, well, how do we get him out of it? No, just have Iron Man kill everything, and they probably wrote it, and they're like, okay, let's do the special effects, and they're like, he's just got to shoot everything, and they all die and fall down, and you're like, okay, but now that you did that, why doesn't he? And Rhodey says, and he says, yeah,
why didn't you do that before?
No, he literally said, why don't you open with that next time?
Oh.
He said, yeah, it's sort of a one-shot kind of thing. But I mean, even that throwaway line, you're like, oh, that's stupid. It's like, come on. He's Iron Man. He figured out time travel later on, and that's a one-shot thing.
Well, with the Iron Man thing, I mean, yes, it's a great point, and it's a great example. But what I think about Iron Man, it's a unique example where that actually works, where it could, because along each movie, in each iteration of the Iron Man suit, I mean, people have done videos on YouTube breaking down all the different Mark IV, Mark 48, Mark 62, and all the different suits that he has, and the small technological improvements that happen along the way. So just that being one of the technological improvements along the way that, like you said, he can use just once, or whatever the throwaway line is that has to be there just to explain to the audience, like, hey, that's why we didn't do this sooner.
Right.
That, yeah, sometimes in some movies that is the case.
Works.
But in
It's
this
fine.
series, in this Marvel series, which is a very unique situation because no
Exactly.
other people have like 25 movies where the characters are in that world, but they do, and so they were able to actually, and that was their main character, so they were able to push him throughout the entire series and give him small little improvements throughout the way to where we get the Infinity War. He's got like the entire suit in his throat or something. I almost couldn't gather what was going on there, but yeah, he was carrying the suit around, right, somehow easily. Whereas in earlier movies, he had to call them, and like Gwyneth Paltrow would bring the suit in some big suitcase that was like handcuffed to Happy's hand or something.
Yeah, like
it took a lot to get him the suit.
I get that in a certain level of the whole in-universe thing. Eventually, they're like, this has to happen. But I'm just saying this, and I'm not against at all those movies. I love all that. But I agree with you is that, like, if you have rules in your world and you stay by those rules, it can be actually extremely powerful. Now, that doesn't mean you have to limit yourself. Like, I think, for example, taking it back to something like Star Wars, it's cool that when the Force was a thing back in the moment that George Lucas created it, I don't know, maybe you guys could all agree with me that I'm like, I think he wanted it to be relatively open-ended because like the Force showed only a few tricks in the very first movie. And then everybody started complaining in the latter movies, like, what is this Force time and da-da-da-da. I'm like, well, there were those little connection visions that Luke had with Vader in the end of Return of the Jedi, so I don't see the problem here. And then also they're like, well, what about now they're using this thing for a power? And I'm like, well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in Star Wars, no one ever once pulled a weapon to their hand. Not once. In Empire, he does it while he's hanging upside down, and he just decides, I better try this thing because I'm going to die if I don't do this, so I'm going to channel the Force. I think that was the point, was Lucas was never like, well, there's only 7 Force powers. There's Force pull, Force push, and you can do lightning if you're the Emperor. And I don't think so. I think it's just that he was like, people channel the Force.
Yeah, it's like utilizing it for what you want to do too. So it's like if there's like a side kick and a front kick and a,
maybe you make a good banana milkshake out of it. I have no idea.
Yeah, like you can do some kind of kick of your own.
Yeah,
you know, out of all these various punches and kicks, you can kind of do your own combination or something.
And like, look at Obi-Wan's best powers was like Jedi philosophy, if you will. He's just like, I'm going to use my Jedi powers for making philosophical arguments or something. And I mean, I just look at it like we got all off the side when I think the video games started coming out, and they're like, yo, there's Force grip, there's Force push, there's Force lightning, there's Force protect, there's healing. And you're like, those are game powers, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But then by saying, now that's it, there's no other possibilities. And if suddenly someone invents a new move that it's just ridiculous and it's out of left field, I'd be like, well, kind of pulling the weapon was in Empire. Like, nobody did that. And then that was just the coolest thing in the world. Jay and Silent Bob, where he's even like, you know, he's got that one scene where he's like, you know, and then here comes the bong saber and everything, and you're like, cool, like, right on. It's a cool move, but it's not like that hasn't been used in other films too, like people using telekinesis. You know, like, that's not a new thing if you think about it. That's
talking about in Star Wars or in something else.
I mean, in general, like the skill of telekinesis, moving objects with your mind has always been around. Like, even in D&D, they had like unlocking doors, you know, like a wizard could literally go and it'd be like, you know, and you're like, cool, you didn't have to touch the lock. I mean, sure,
like, it goes back to Bewitched even, or even previous shows to that.
This is all I'm saying. So
one of the coolest and easiest effects to do in early TV was to just have something float or have something fly.
This is all I'm saying. So the point is, when people say, oh, well, you can't copy the Force, you can't use the Force in a movie because blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I don't know. Besides, what was the movies that just was going on where that's been a thing? They did it in The Matrix, and there was something else just more recently where, in Stranger Things. In Stranger Things, this the character of 11 is constantly putting her hand out and affecting things, and she'll do this with her neck and crack people's necks, or she'll do this and a object stops working, she's using telekinesis. But if
The
someone was
strange thing about that show was, or the interesting thing about that show was the fact that when she did stuff, or when someone did stuff in this dimension, it sort of affected things in the opposite dimension too, right? If I remember correctly, was she like doing, like, if she made you fly across the room, was she also doing something in the opposite dimension as well? That
I had conversations with a certain person about all those things, and it was sort of like, I don't know. I think a lot of it doesn't make sense, and that's something we also have to remember, is that if you really get super analytical about any film or any writing, it doesn't make sense. There's no way that it's going to. That's why that one guy has such a career. The not only How It Should Have Ended kind of series of YouTube channels, but the what is his name, CinemaSins, who's now gone a little bit more towards the cheap shots trick thing, but it doesn't matter. The point is that every film you've ever seen, even mine, like, oh, this is a good point to make. And I mean, we're getting into different subjects, but I think we've already done the, can we talk about creating rules for a universe thing well enough? But it's important to know the flaws in your writing, that that there are plot holes that you've created that are not actually plot holes, but plot devices. And I'll give you example is that it's like, oh, no worries, Eamon, we totally get it. He's just saying,
if you get a chance, come back on, or you're welcome anytime.
Yeah. There'll be other ones too. We won't be just, we're not like, this is the last one ever, but is this, I'll just say this about what I was trying to say, which is, it's important to sometimes recognize that you'll be like, ooh, this thing that I put in my story, someone someday is going to be like, kind of step back and be like, this character does this thing over here. Why didn't they just do this? And then they wouldn't have had to do any of those things. And you're like, I know, right? Like when people talk about Lord of the Rings, one of the biggest ones is they're like, the freaking eagles, son. What the hell, son? Come on. And then people say, oh, no, he explains it in the book. I'm like, yeah, but it's a cheap bullshit. Like, let's be honest. The eagles are like, oh, we don't go there. And you're like, dude, you don't go there if the entire universe is going to burn down because, like the presence of the ultimate evil is here. You can't make one exception, you dumb, janky birds. Come on. Like, at the very least, they could say, hey, look, we'll fly you pretty close and then drop you off into these trees or something.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping for. Like, fly them kind of close like they did in The Hobbit. It got the hobbits kind of close to their mountain home. They kind of dropped them nearby at the end of the first movie, and then they had to walk a little longer.
And that's okay. So my point is this, though. If you recognize, if you're like, yo, I put this in my story on purpose, people will notice at one point, but this is key. If your story is so good that people literally, while it's unfolding, they're not thinking of it. They're like, wow, this is so powerful. Oh my God, this is killing my heart. Like, oh my God, these characters. No one's going, wait a minute. Why did they even send this person separately? They should have been there in the freaking first place. Why did they come after? That's so dumb. And you're like, shh, like I have a bunch of, all I'm saying is this. I have a section of my notes where I have about, I want to say 8, I won't call them plot holes, because a plot hole is usually where something just disappears and you never talk about it again. There's a few that are more holes, and then other things that are more like, they're what I call gross implausibilities. Things that you're like, in real life, if you would never make that decision, and some of mine have justification, and some of them are pretty weak justification. And I feel like you have to make sure to notice and govern them just the right way. Fortunately, I'll put it to you this way. No one who has ever read my screenplay has ever mentioned even once any of the major ones, except for one, which I was like, they're going to have to mention that one because I want them to think about that one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm being a little too esoteric with it.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So in other words, you have to look at Albatross at one point and step back and be like, okay, so I have this character and then this and this and this and this. Why doesn't he just make a phone call? Or I'm just making it up. I'm not sure if it would be a phone call, but you know what I mean? Like sometimes you go like, why doesn't he just call this person up and have them do it? Why does he have to do it? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? And then if you're like, oh, there's a lot of justification for why this person is doing this thing, and it makes sense, you're like, solid. But if you look at something and you're like, man, that doesn't make any sense at all, then you have to literally be like, I probably shouldn't do that unless it's so crucial to your characters and your story and it supersedes all logic. Because let's be honest, if you watch a Mission Impossible movie, what the hell's going on? You know what I mean? You're like, why are they doing it like this? This is so wrong, dude. Like, why are they doing it this way? Because it's exciting and it's cool and it's fun, and you know. So there's to me that there's, again, we talk about balance. There's that balance. You have to have some gross implausibilities, but then there's ones where you're gonna, you probably know what I mean. Haven't you ever seen a movie where you're kind of like, you're watching, and you're like, okay, and you're following, and then you go, oh, come on, like what? Like, right? You know that moment.
Yeah, usually it's like sometimes when you've heard of a movie that went into like reshoots or something, and then you can kind of almost spot like where that reshoot took place in like the third quarter of the movie. You're like, oh, they're going that direction.
Yeah, for me, I call it my Gronk moments where I'm like, Gronk?
Yeah.
You know, where it totally puts me in caveman mode where I'm like,
I think though in like the stories that we're kind of talking about here today, like Albatross Junction, Diamond Dragons, and Star Wars, you have to have the main character has to do this growing up for a while, which is like a time thing that has to take place, which is one answer to the question of, well, why don't they just make a phone call, or why don't they just do this? Well, it's because in our stories, these characters have to go through a lot to get to a place and then be able to contribute, right? So like Luke has to get to a place where he could like actually stand up to the Emperor. Your character has to grow up a little bit, and my characters have to become babies and grow up as well. You know, they have to enter the world and then grow up as well. What's going on, Eamon?
He's upside down, but he's back. I love it.
Eamon, where are you in the world?
He's in New York, man.
New York. Okay, close to me.
Yeah. Well,
how is it where you are?
Because we've been talking so much.
It's pretty isolated here. I mean, I already don't live in a very populated area.
Mm-hmm. So you live like in New York State, not New York City?
Yeah, I live probably an hour or 2 hours away from Canada. So.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's really cool. So like, how is your town taking it? Is like you go out to the post office, or you go out anywhere to like talk to anybody, or?
Yeah, not much has changed really. It's just the fear.
Yeah, the fear is in the air.
Yep. If I didn't hear about it, no one would have known here.
Oh wow, I didn't know it was that bad, Eamon, because we talked about it, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I guess that kind of means that you don't really know anybody personally that was affected.
Fortunately not.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, real quick, because of Jake's, I'm trying to help get the message in there. Jake's offset. Sometimes knowing too much about a topic can hurt your ability to suspend disbelief. For example, I just can't get past the way some tech works in movies. Totally understood. And I think we can all relate. Like, for example, some of y'all know that I was a fencer for many years, and I have my share of golds and silvers and bronzes and blah, 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 blah. But it's like, yeah, when I see fight work in movies, but it's weird. Like, I feel like I can wear both hats. Like, you know, if I'm putting on my, I need to see a realistic thing hat, I'm not going to see it in a movie. There's no reason to do it. And I agree with you, Jake. I'm kind of a computer guy. So when I'll see, you know, tech, and they'll be like, oh, can you analyze that fingerprint? Sure. No problem, boss. Yeah, it's coming up 90% match. And you're like, what? What are you talking about? There's no way in the goddamn hell you would ever be able to assess that information so quickly, and also with that kind of degree of accuracy. It's just not going to happen. I'm
Matthew,
sorry.
did you guys watch, or Eamon, did you guys watch Rebels through and through? Did you watch it all the way through?
I only saw one season of it because I got invited to this thing in San Francisco, and you could talk to the actors. It's kind of cool. I got to talk to some of the vocal actors, and I have a poster which is not in this room, but that's signed by them. It was kind of cool.
Because I thought there was actually one fight, like you were talking about, you know fencing, so therefore if you see a movie, you can tell that there was a shot that they didn't take and they could have, or maybe they're moving wrong, or they're not an expert, or they're not a real swordsman, whatever that is you're thinking as an someone who knows they're doing when you're watching film. There was a scene in Rebels where I felt like, and if you had seen it, you would be able to tell me yes or no. But
yeah, just explain a little bit.
Yeah, it was this sword fight between Obi-Wan Kenobi as an older man on Tatooine, but it's before we pick up.
Oh wait,
with
is this
him.
the one with him and Darth Maul?
Right. So I thought
I have seen the fight.
Okay, so you can tell me then, and it was a couple of years ago since I last saw it, but some people still kind of complain about it online and say that they don't like the way that that fight was. It was too fast, and there wasn't really much to it. But
I like it.
I do think that it was a very realistic sword fight. As
Yes,
far
so
as like from what I used to
things-
read in like the Book of Five Rings, or like the different books
Oh, yeah.
that I have about an actual Japanese sword fighter,
Mhm.
this is how a fight would go. Like
Yeah,
it's
so
like you draw the sword, and sometimes the killing blow, it comes with the drawing of the sword, and that's kind of what happened. And it was just like a one-shot, one kill, right? But that's how a sword fight goes, I think, from what I read.
So there's probably, I'll say there's two things on this one. Eamon could probably speak a lot about this too, because he's, studying martial arts, etc. And we would all have a good three-way conversation about this kind of stuff, since we all practice or have practiced or whatnot. But so for example, okay, there's so many levels that we're going to talk about, I would say, with this, but I would narrow it down to these two major ones. One is on the side of entertainment and film and theater or whatever, and character and story. So, let's chew on that. We're like, right, movie, story, moving people with these things. And then the other one is on realism. And most of the time, they're completely incongruent and there is no chance at it. And I'll give you an example that doesn't even have to do with sword work. It's weird too, because everybody always only relates to it with fight scenes. But I'm like, you ever seen a fire in, and how things explode or whatever in movies? I'm like, most buildings don't explode as if they've been laced and literally peppered with TNT under all conditions. Like, there's no reason for it. Like, there's no reason a building is going to go and you're like, what is going on? Are you fucking serious? How much gasoline cans were stored there? And actually, by the way, if it was gasoline, it would probably not explode. It would just burn. So there's so many gross every car. Have you ever noticed that every car can make the jump over a curb and then kapow, it lands on the concrete and it's just fine, and the suspension is fine, and it's fine. No problems. Why would there be any problems? So I look at it like, anytime someone goes, oh God, I watched that fist fight that they had and it didn't look realistic at all. And I'm like, it's probably because it would look like crap on film. Just saying. Or when you have a sword fight, Anthony, are you still there? We lost your video. Anthony? I think we lost Anthony. I guess we'll just be talking to the viewers. But the point is, so when I was compete as a fencer, most of the points happen within 5 seconds. So they would say, for example, on guard, ready, fence. And you'd be like, move, da, 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 da. And you'd be like, something just happened. And they'd be like, halt. They'd be like, attack from the right, repost left, touche, and that's the end of it. And people, okay, I see. Space Window will be back in 2 minutes. So I love that he's left. Isn't that great, Eamon? He's left his channel to us to tend to. But would you kind of agree to, Eamon, is that like, if you were to take realism and place it absolutely, and I mean almost categorically and unequivocally in theater and film, most fight scenes would be kind of boring because they'd be over.
I completely agree, especially like with sort of the sentiment of that YouTube channel that you were talking about that does the whole everything wrong with, let's say, Rogue One or whatever. It's almost annoying in a way for people to equate everything in a movie with realism, because it's not real. That's why it's a movie.
That's kind of the point. And I understand that some things, and this is what we were talking about earlier, where I think your camera went in and out, but like gross implausibilities are pretty bad. Like when someone does something that's so out of their own universe that they've now established that if you're like, oh, what just happened? That doesn't make any sense. That's fine. But I mean, the idea of Luke using the Force to call a saber, you get these things established and you have fun with it. The idea of a sword fight being more extended than just a simple whoopah and being done with it is exciting and fun because choreography. I mean, hell, if that weren't the case, everybody would look at Jackie Chan movies and they'd be like, man, Jackie Chan, he seems interesting and all, but it's so unrealistic. Like the way he does those flips and those spin kicks, and it's just so lame, man. Jackie Chan, what a lame tard, you know. And you'd be like, oh my god, it's beauty in movement, it's beauty in rhythm, and all this kind of stuff. Just like music, I think that's probably also why I feel like martial artists can relate to music really well, because music has rhythm and interesting things, and sometimes broken rhythm, especially when you talk about classical music, where they are playing with these rhythms that most will call them mortals cannot comprehend. Even I can barely even come close to comprehending anything like a Rachmaninoff and freaking Beethoven and everything else. I just am overwhelmed and excited about it, but I don't understand it. I'm not, certainly not the way that you do, Eamon, for music. Did you catch any of this, Anthony, or what's up?
Yeah, I think the reason why that the Rebels fight worked so well for me, and I think for you, Matthew, as a sword fight, is partly, well, for all the reasons that we said, but partly too because we have seen these entertainment style fights in this universe before. So it was okay to see for once like a realistic ending of a sword fight. You know, we had seen like somebody with one sword versus 4 swords, General Grievous
Right.
versus Obi-Wan. We saw somebody
Makes
with
no sense. Let's
like,
be honest.
yeah, we saw an older gentleman who was an expert versus a young guy with 2 swords who was had a lot of power. You know, we've seen the mechanical man versus the younger guy, and they each have 1. We've seen someone with a staff versus 2 guys with 1 each. So
Yeah, and
it's like we saw all this stuff.
Unrealistic and stupid the idea of a saber staff is, that has 2 blades this way and isn't used more like a bow staff. Like actually, like in other words, you're like, gee, I have this long object. Should I utilize the length of it, or should I just make 2 ridiculous things where I'm in danger of when I use this one, I'm probably going to I don't know, but it was damn cool, and that's just the thing. But I will say this about this to you know, and then we can move on to whatever or keep talking about it. But the Obi-Wan Maul fight, when Obi-Wan's older and Maul returns or whatever the hell, I don't know. I don't follow these things. I don't care. But I thought it was clever because of many reasons. And by the way, shout out Bert. Hello.
What's going on, Bert?
And Mundo, I agree. Some of the movies would not be called entertainment if everything was done realistic. When Obi-Wan has this perspective now, because when he's younger, clearly they had this fight and and he almost lost it and all this kind of stuff. And there's a lot of flashy moves. That maybe what happened is, of course, the learning happened, and he started to go, maybe the ways of the old Jedi ways and the stuff that we were taught, we relied too much on the Force and not enough on actual techniques and stuff. And so what they're showing is that Obi-Wan grew into a real swordsman, and he started off as like, well, not so much. And Maul maybe didn't learn, and that's why he failed on that battle and why he failed so quickly. So I thought it was a great way to bring together both entertainment and realism and have it be pretty cool. Like, I thought it was pretty cool. It doesn't mean that the fight is not like, yeah, it didn't last very long. It wasn't exciting. There's not much to say about it. If you were to say, hey, let's recreate that on stage, it wouldn't be that exciting to do, because 1 minute would pass or 30 seconds or something. And that's part of it too. People forget that. Like, think of it like this. You know, I recreated live the Empire Strikes Back fight scene. And oh yeah, by the way, everybody check out, you know, this work here that, you know, Anthony does. It's fantastic stuff. It's, you know, beautiful work that him and Kevin do. Big shout outs. You got to check out Albatross. Make sure you do. Otherwise, I'm coming for your asses. No. But I'm trying to say is I recreated live the Empire Strikes Back fight scene and all this, the dialogue between Luke and Vader and all the drama. Imagine if it was more realistic and Luke just came up the shaft and then he comes, the Force is with you, young Skywalker. But you are not a Jedi yet. And then they power on, and then Vader's like, dun, 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 dun. He's like, ah, and he's like, Luke, you do not yet realize your importance. And you'd be like, one move and that's it. Well, think about it. In realisticness or whatever, that's not even a word. If it was realistic, he probably would have done that right away. But there's actually some other ways of looking at it to balance out the entertainment. You could say, wasn't Vader trying to test his son out at this point? Because he knew that he was his son at that point.
Absolutely.
So why would he want to kill him right away? I don't think he wanted to kill him at all in that whole scene, not even a bit of it. In fact, I think the only reason he cut off his hand is Luke finally got in a nice, I don't want to call it a cheap shot, but he knocks him in the shoulder, right? He's like,
yeah, like some of his
boom, bam, whoosh.
Some of his talent was coming out. Yeah.
Not just do that. Like, son, it's time now. Now that you wounded me, I
can learn something.
Well, it's more like, I think he was like, dude, my son might kill me now. Like, he intends to kill me.
Right.
And now, like, no.
Like that, like raw power and raw talent could come out and surprise me like it just did.
And
so
he was probably,
I have to put an end to that.
Yeah, and he was like, no, thank you. So the next move that Luke does, a nice thrust, and he just goes boom, and right under the wrist. Perfect moves. And I mean, all I'm trying to say is it's fine, because I think that's why also always, it's funny. Everybody always used to not clown me, but they'd be like, what's your favorite movie fights of the lightsaber battles, right, Matthew? And they're like, probably episode 1, right? And I'm like, not really. And they're like, oh, episode 3 then, right? And I'm like, no. They're like, well, which ones? I mean, you can't have liked the Return of the Jedi one. I'm like, I like it quite a bit. But my favorite is probably 4, then 5, then 6. And they're like, what? You like 4? But it was so boring. I'm like, it wasn't... It wasn't that boring for me.
Hey, Matthew, have you seen the redone version?
Well, you say that. I think everybody's seen there's the HD ones, but I did a version of it live. And
no,
everything.
Like there's the one where like they had it's sort of like the videos you've done, but to this professional level where it could be inserted into A New Hope. Have you seen that? Where it's like
you mean the one with all the graphics and the CGI that they did to improve it or whatever? Or?
Like it's like a new fight, meaning like they use, the same, I think it's audio. You know what? Let me pull it up and kind of show you. I don't know if the audio is going to come in, but the
well, either way, it's not even. I mean, I definitely bring it up.
It's like cool action, really cool action.
All I'm saying is, though, that fight was excellent the way that it was. I know that they were limited by a lot of things, but to be honest,
I'd love to hear what you think of this.
The fact that there was even only one body spin in it was great. I was like, that's fine. Alec Guinness did fantastically. Probably David Prowse was maybe in the suit for some times, but it's also argued that Peter Diamond might have been in that suit in some of those, but he's not really credited. And I won't go into all those stuff, but that comes from having good conversations with my good old buddy who was my Obi-Wan for a while. So shout outs to Chris Villa, who, he's probably just chilling out. I don't know if he's interested in watching all these things, but
Eamon, have you seen this video where it's like a new recording of Obi-Wan versus Vader?
There you go. It looks like 23 million people. So there you go. But doing that fight live was really difficult, and it was also an interesting balancing act, because you're like, ooh, the fight work is really nice and tight, so I don't have to worry so much. Like, that's a nice thing as Darth Vader. When I was actually Darth Vader, I didn't have to worry about doing 85 backflips and all these other kinds of crazy moves, which don't make any sense anyways for a realistic fight, but yet the fight could still be entertaining and cool. And it felt like it was. When people saw the videos, they were sort of like, hey, this is cool. And like, they enjoyed, even the people who witnessed the live performance liked the Obi-Wan Vader performance almost just as well as they did the Luke versus Vader one. Although the Luke versus Vader one, was much longer, and there was a whole scene, and they have all this dialogue. So, the Obi-Wan fight versus Vader, it's nice and tight. There's not a lot going on, but it's a big fight of the drama. Like, my favorite line in that whole thing, especially the way they edited it, which was all non-contiguous. In fact, you can still see in the original footage mirrored shots where Vader's chest box is incorrect, and his face paint is all opposite. Like, people don't realize that, but you can find those shots. They mirrored several shots. But let me just say this, is I love how they're fighting at one point and blah, 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 and then they stop, and Vader's like, you should not have come back. And then they just show a shot of Obi-Wan looking kind of like, oh shit. Like, I might die here. Like, and I kind of liked it because instead of it just being like, oh, they're both going to be confident the whole time, you know, you have it where I think Obi-Wan really does feel like I'm outmatched now. I'm too old. You know, I don't have the physical strength anymore, but Vader has all the capabilities with his suit now, you know?
Yeah.
I rather liked it, and I loved the sacrifice that he made. Although, let's be honest, the sacrifice still to this day makes no sense at all.
Why
I
do
mean,
you say that?
dramatic.
No,
Well,
in a story, in a dramatic story, the mentor is going to die.
not always. It doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to, but this was a great time for it to happen, I thought.
Kinda. The irony is he didn't have to do that. He literally could have stalled it out, you know, and then made his run, deflected all the laser bolts of the stormtroopers. Everybody get on the ship. Let's go. You know what I mean? I mean,
Like
it's
if he
true.
could run like episode 1 running.
He wouldn't even have to do that. Think about it. All those stormtroopers are just standing out there watching the fight. He could have just run right through all those. Luke and Han and the rest of them, they were getting fired at too.
Take a
but
look
my
at this
point-
fight. Like it's already started to where they're integrating the scenes here.
I need to quickly take a break, so I'll be back. But
Okay.
hopefully the audience will enjoy it, and I'll be back.
I'm gonna wait for you to continue this because I'm sure everyone's seen it, but I want you to see the
I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. Trust me. Like I recognize already because I think I talked to the person who made this. Yeah, Fix It in Post. It always looked like, or FX in it in Post. And he told me about a lot of the process, and not to mention the fact that what is it? There's behind the scenes footage I think that he can show where there is a certain amount of graphics, but he's like, no, we had someone in costume for this and this, that, and the other, and then other aspects are like green screening and all that stuff. And there's something to be said for doing all those kinds of things. So you have all those different levels of it, doing something live, doing something as a film, doing something as a film in 1977 versus doing something as a film in 2019 or whatever year. It makes a big difference, you know, but it's cool stuff like that. Real quick. Oh, there you go. You flashed up. Mundo says, see, I never knew how choreography in films existed until I took a sword experience class with Adrian Paul. Right. Oh, yeah. There you go. Adrian Paul's. Yeah. I mean, right there.
Connor McLeod? No, it wasn't Connor McLeod. It was who? McLeod? Someone McLeod.
Well, yeah. One of the ancestors of him and whatnot. Yeah. Or rather, his predecessors, not ancestors. Well, wait.
No, his ancestor, his descendant.
Yeah, I can descendant. But either way, yeah, Adrian Paul, like he was the truth in that sense. Like, but also it goes to show, and you can, you know, not to be weird about it, some of the work that Adrian Paul did in the films, based on the fact that filmmakers didn't always know how to shoot footage, it doesn't look great. And I bet you even Adrian Paul might have.
Well, that was a TV show too. In the 90s.
He was Duncan.
It couldn't be expected to be very, very well done in the 90s, but it is what we got. It was awesome for us as 11-year-olds, as 12-year-olds, as 14-year-olds.
Oh yeah, it was all cool.
It was ripping rad. It was awesome.
What I mean to say though, and this is real quick, and then I better get something to drink and use the restroom. Is just real quick. Is that even Jackie Chan used to say that. He would say, "Hey, the problem is sometimes if you do great action, it's great, but if you don't know how to shoot it, then it doesn't look good." So he's like, he says, one of the most important things is editing. And he says, some of the American directors I've seen, they don't know how to edit. He says, I meet an American stunt coordinator, he doesn't know how to edit. American director, they know how to edit drama. They don't know how to edit fighting. And I'm like, oh, that's a really good point. And I remember when I watched a lot of these wonderful interviews with Jackie Chan, he knew what he was doing on so many levels that most people will never fully appreciate unless they really know who Jackie Chan was. Jackie Chan knew about acting. Jackie Chan knew about directing, drama, and obviously fight choreography. And he knew how to perform fight choreography and actually choreograph, because those things are several different skills that can be completely independent of one another. You might be a good choreographer, but you might not be a very good fighter. Or you might be a very good fight work guy where you're like, what do you want me to do? Okay, so it's okay. You want me to back fist and I'm this, that, boom, duck, this, boom, kick. Got you. But you might not be a good fight choreographer, because it's like saying someone who knows how to sing music, but maybe they've never written a song or they've never written any lyrics. It doesn't mean that just because they're a great singer that they're going to magically, automatically be a good writer. I mean, you could be, but do you see what I'm getting at? Like, it's not necessarily going to happen. Like Celine Dion, I'm trying to think if Celine wrote a lot of her music or if she simply performed it. And I'm not saying that's a slight. I'm saying is every artist is different. Jewel Kilcher wrote not all of her music, but quite a damn bit of it, and performed it. Just as an example, Natalie Imbruglia, she was a little mix of both for the most part. Like she didn't write Torn, you know, that song. But all I'm saying is like, yeah, so all those things factor in the equation. Filming it is a thing, you know. If you have a live performance, you know, filming tends to kind of not go out the window, but you know, a live performance is different where you don't have the ability to change the camera and zoom in on this and show a shot of that. That's what filmmaking is about, you know. So oh yeah, and that's what I did when I did that short fight scene with my man Hans. So, you know, shout out to Hans, rest in peace. I showed a video about our fight scene from Saber Combat DVD 2, where I didn't have a saber and he did. But we actually that one we had to film more like a film and not a live project. But exactly, so there's all these levels. So I'm imagining with this thing, if I recall a lot of the footage, you know, it's heavily edited, so you have all these different cool shots, and then they're probably fighting more aggressively, and there's so much more.
And you know, they're kind of jumping around the walls and stuff.
Right. And you're like, did we need it? No. But was it exciting? Yes. And did audiences feel like they needed it? Yes. Personally, I don't know. I think it wasn't necessary, just like in the sense that some people probably complain about the Darth Maul Obi-Wan fight being too simplistic. It's like, I mean, the second one, it's like, that was awesome. So anyways, I'll be back. You be Beethoven.
Right. So we got Obi-Wan with the Alec Guinness, I guess, digitally. I don't know if this is direct from the movie, this particular part. This is not. This is added. This looks like Rogue One. This is an added angle. This is an added angle. It's another ad. This is another CGI addition. There's a line added there. He said, "Our long-awaited meeting has come at last." And now he says, "The circle is now complete." That's an added profile shot. Only a master of evil, Darth. And then the music kicks up. It's the Heroes, the Battle of the Heroes song from episode 3 kicks in as there's a lens flare in there that I love. So we got some shots here of Obi-Wan where we can't see his face, and we got some action shots of the sword fight. I think here you can kind of tell the CGI on the face, but even something's weird about the hands here. So I don't know. I didn't see any behind the scenes on this. I don't know what was added here, but it looks like the face and the hands were added. I don't understand that. As you could tell here, maybe the hand, you know, maybe the person was like a different color. Maybe they were wearing gloves, and they put this, or you know, it's kind of odd the way that looks when I pause it. Certainly a lot more. Says, "You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful." Oh, and Darth Vader has a new line here. He says, "I will show you the true nature of the Force." And he starts, like he did with Luke in Empire Strikes Back, starts throwing, ooh, that was nice. Starts throwing some garbage. This is pretty amazing. The whole time, I don't think you guys can hear this, but we have the Battle of Heroes, I think it's called, for this song from episode 3. Of these two fighting on Mustafar. Same song is playing in this redo. Absolutely fantastic camera work here. I mean, this is showing the sword play in a very close manner that is quite hard to do. That type of action. So here's some scenes. I really like what they did with the OG scenes because they did alter some of the backgrounds and stuff.
Wait, there you
These scenes are the same there. See, I think this could be inserted directly into the movie. Like when they have fans do something like this, I don't know if you guys saw a couple years back, they had fans remake the entire first movie. And I think they even did Empire Strikes Back as well. I don't know if they ever did Return of the Jedi, but it was like they had fans make the complete first movie by everybody making, I think it was, what was it, 15 seconds, you guys, or 5 seconds? Where they had people send in videotapes, or sometimes it was like kids sitting in cardboard boxes as X-Wings, and they just had them say that whatever 10 seconds of the movie, they were like, this is your 10 seconds. Some people did like a Japanese anime where it was like, it must have taken 30 people to do the animation, but it was only 15. Yeah, so each thing was different, but you could watch the entire movie done that way.
Right.
I kind of feel like they could remake, if they, there's been some rumors, some rumblings about remaking the original trilogy, which would be just absolutely sacrilege to me. But if they did it in this way, where they kind of took scenes that were already in A New Hope and then intermingled them with redone scenes that were just like slightly more action-packed, but never took away. I
just disagree completely. That's just me.
I was gonna say, Matthew, we would need a team of people with like all types of people like you to say like, is this a good idea? Because you wouldn't think so in this regard.
Wait, well, first of all, you wouldn't take just my opinion. The point is,
we would need like 10 or 15 Star Wars lovers who would kind of vote, I guess, and say like, listen.
The populace is what governs whether or not something is going to go somewhere. But you have to understand this is important. Is unfortunately, in today's world, the vast majority of people are just looking for something to fill their eyes and their ears and their kind of desires for crazy jankness. In other words, that's what a lot of these video games are these days, is everything just pow, 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 boom, special effects. But there's another side of people that I personally think I would like to see more of. And maybe this is just me being not only altruistic but more philosophical, is about the things that feed the soul are stronger than the special effects. Like I know that even George Lucas was like, I'm not out here trying to make a movie where it's about the special effects. I just want the special effects to be so strong that the religious, that's what he called them, the religious underpinnings. Personally, I would say spiritual underpinnings, but were so strong it would lift all that stuff up, and they'd really see the value in that story. Because right when you think about it, if you strip away all the effects from Star Wars, the special effects, of course, do you not have a movie, or is it like it only lives on its effects? Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
See, all that shit does not matter to me at all. Like all the special effects don't matter to me. I love the core. Like it's got to be a great core with a thumping heartbeat, and believe me, I am so in. And I don't care about like if it's janked up and if it's like all like 80s out, and if I could see the wires. Believe me, I don't care. And that's what kind of upsets me about when people talk about remaking the original trilogy, and one of the reasons that they give is to kind of update that side of it. That's not what. No, that doesn't need to be. Like
none of the special effects are bad in it.
Right. And if you did remake it to update those, like you would definitely sacrifice some of the nuanced beauty of what came naturally to this trio of actors who you'll never remake that magic again. Like it might be a different type of magic. Like maybe you get 3 different people that bring something new to the table, and it's like, hey, this is a different Han, a different Luke, a different Leia.
That's always the case.
That's fine. Maybe it's a different generation, but like it'll never be that same thing.
Well, let me explain this to some people out there, depending on how many people we'll ever have watching or who will ever go see this video after the fact. But I'd be like, look, something I could speak a lot about is acting after doing it for, ostensibly 30 years or something like that. Yeah, easily something like that. Anyway, is that when you first start out and you see really good work or something like that from an actor and you're really young, your first instinct is to try to copy that, and do that. And look at what all this is like people are out there and we're even victim to it. Like, the reason I wanted to put together Star Wars performances because I thought Star Wars was cool. But when I started with Balance of Power, it was kind of my own project, but under the universe of Star Wars. Sword fighting, glowing weapons, these hooded, guys who are sort of like monks, and at the same time going against these villains who are sort of like, devils of sorts or whatever. So fine. But at the core, the point is to do a performance that's unique and you're not copycatting everything, But now then doing live recreations of film fights, that's another thing entirely where you're like, okay, we're doing an homage to the originals, but now we still kind of have to do copycatting. We have to sort of hit the marks, say the lines in similar form. But that starts to get away from acting anyways. The real deal with acting is to try to always bring something unique to the table. So what I'm getting at is, since you're talking about, hey, they're never going to recreate that magic, I'm like, exactly, and there's no reason to, because Harrison Ford brought something, and alongside Carrie Fisher and alongside Mark Hamill and all the other people, Alec Guinness and David Prowse and Kenny Baker and Anthony, every single one of them had their own unique thing. And then if you were to try to recreate that, it's pretty simple. You would just get all those same actors again, like they kind of did for 7, even 8 and 9. And they're like, we can get some of that magic back in still a different sense, but at least it's the same actors. But yeah, if people were like, oh, let's recreate The Wizard of Oz, which again, I would say is not a good idea necessarily. You could do it. I mean, they did Total Recall.
There's actually a comic book that's coming out on Indiegogo right now. It's called Brick. Oh, what's it called? It's actually, yeah, it's a reimagining of The Wizard of Oz with this more of an action oriented story. It's called like Return to Brick Road or something like that. You can look it up on Indiegogo.
I could believe you. But anyways, Munda just said it right. He said, the chemistry is what really sold that magic. That's right. I mean, that's why shows like Friends, or even go back to a show like Three's Company with John Ritter and Joyce DeWitt, and I think it was Suzanne Summers, but there was other people. But the point is, I'm going back in the memory banks for that one. But it's like that's where you get it when you have chemistry, real chemistry with other human beings on the planet. And if they are actors and you put them on camera together, you get good stuff. Like I would say, even, with you and I, we're lucky in the sense that we have enough personality that we can bounce off each other. We make a good, situation where you've got 2 people in the stream, they're talking or whatever. And everybody's different that way. It doesn't always work well that way. You know what I mean? Some people will lack that kind of chemistry to, have good performances or whatever, or even be vibrant on camera. Like that's something that I know as an actor. Like, I mean, to be honest, I always wish I ended up doing more film work, but I never could really break into Hollywood. I didn't have it's a money game too. You need to know people, you need to have money, and you got to have headshots.
I guess you could get like super lucky.
That's pretty much the only
notice somehow.
Yeah. I mean, I went and took this one workshop from this one fantastic guy. He was actually in The Irishman. Screen time with Joe Pesci, but he's been in a lot of films and he's been in a lot of TV, and he's a working actor, and he's the truth. He also has that great look. He looks like your typical Italian tough guy, mafioso guy, but could also be the snitch, could also be the guy who's a victim, and the guy who they're gonna say, hey, we're gonna kill you if you don't do this. And he's like, oh, he's got all the looks that you need for that stuff. And I resonated really well with him. His name's James Sissone. I don't think it's Ciccione, but basically the same spelling as Madonna's, other name, because she's Madonna, but I think her last name is actually Sissone. Anyway, and he was dope. He was so cool, but he was like, yo, the best thing you can do is learn how to audition properly, nail your audition, and network properly with the people who hold the keys to whether or not you're going to go forward. And those are some things that are just hard to do. If you don't know the gatekeepers, you ain't going anywhere. And it doesn't matter how much talent you have. That's why I'm worried about even my own project with Diamond Dragons. I would need to know people with money. You're in the same position. Albatross is going to be tough to push forward into something bigger than what it is if you don't end up with capital. You know, you need those Denzels, those Samuels, those dead presidents. Everybody's like, Denzel's, I'm all Washington, and they're like, Samuel's, I'm all Jackson.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that earlier about Diamond Dragons and what that could turn into, and maybe what you need, and maybe a
Look,
date.
I'm not even kidding around. I'm not even kidding around. Diamond Dragons is an extremely good story. It's extremely good. And that sounds probably egotistical, but it's like once people read it, they'll be like, yo, I didn't know, Matthew. Like, I knew you were into this thing and you like Star Wars, and I met, and I know this about you, and you're creative. And I didn't even know. When I was writing it, when I first started writing it for the first few months, I was like, I don't know, whatever. I'm just having fun, just doing my thing. And then it started to get to the point where I was like, oh, you know what I should do? I should have this connect to that character. Damn, that's a good idea. Okay. And it just, I was like, cool, a good idea happened. Then later, more things. And I was like, wait a minute. Oh my God. And then later, something really, really crazy happened with it where, and I started to mention this to, well, we won't go into it, to someone. And I was like, I just learned something about my own screenplay that I didn't know before.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
They're like, what? And I'm like, there's connections that have been made that I didn't even know were there.
That can happen sometimes when you talk out loud about something.
Well, just wait till you hear this. I mean, this is the thing. And guess what my main message through the whole project was? I think I've even told you before. The main message that Diamond Dragons is about is just because you do not see something doesn't mean it isn't there. And
right.
Boy, I can tell you how that lesson has been permeating my life, especially in the last 3 months.
Oh,
not, like,
you mean it's like a positive kind of lesson for you, or it's something that's making you angry, or
it's all of those things, because it's
for example, like, it must be really, really real. Then it hit real.
For example, right? COVID-19, just because you don't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. And that means both physically and in some ways spiritually and metaphysically. Because some people are like, man, I don't know about this whole COVID thing. I think it's just a big joke and they're just making it out to be what it isn't. And you're like, that's not a good idea. You shouldn't be thinking that way. It's science. Like, there's a lot going on here. Plagues are real things. They've happened in the past, but they don't feel real to you because we really haven't had the most ridiculously high, crazy one in 100 years. I mean, sure, Ebola, sure, SARS, sure, these things, but we had them relatively under control. Nothing this crazy for a while, not in terms of numbers dead, but like the possibility of it being beyond catastrophic. If we were just be like, whatever, like, imagine if we just went, whatever, we would have all been in serious trouble. We could have created another Black Death. I don't think it would have ever gone that bad. But the point is, imagine if we ignored it, or if we didn't have the science to recognize it. So that's a thing. There's other things, mental illnesses. How many people?
I think you brought up a good point though about the time frame that it's happening in. I think we're actually maybe pretty lucky, although it doesn't really seem that way, because maybe you're right about the scientific stuff. Is like maybe it happened at a time where we could figure this out. And hopefully it won't take too long. I mean, I personally think it's already gone on as like too long as far as people's like you were just starting to get into the mental part of it. And as far as that goes, we're talking about people who potentially need their job to feed their family. And then when you get into that case of that stress level of not being able to do that, and the amount of people that would affect. That's getting kind of wild.
Well, it's beyond that wild, because then, okay, like, let's just even put it this way. Let's put aside, let's just say everybody, and we'll say everybody, like from the professional, Bob, bring me everyone. But let's say everybody, all the money stuff was aside, and the government was like, it's fine, whatever, just don't worry about it. Nobody has to pay their bills. Just screw it. Just don't worry. We're on neutral time, and everything's just going to continue and nobody's going to have to pay for nothing. Don't worry about it. Let's just say, pretend there's still some major problems, and they're the ones that are invisible. There's the loneliness. There's the being isolated from other people. There's the mental thing of just being like, oh my God, my whole life turned around in a month or less or whatever. And then there's those psychological aspects that you can't even understand about yourself that are happening right now that you won't even know about. You might know about them a year from now. You might start to go, oh my God, something's surfacing. What could it be? And they're trying to start even scratching the surface into that with the mental, what would you call it? Not institutions. That makes it sound like, someone's going to go to the mental institution.
Like descriptions of what is happening, almost like a PTSD description or something?
Yes, but not even that. I mean, that they're trying to start going, okay, we're going to start recognizing these signs so that if people say, hey, this, that, and the other, they're going to go, oh, this is important. This is something that's related to that. That said, I've personally seen it in my own life, unfortunately, where these stress factors have completely shaken other people around me. I mean, I can't tell you how many breakups happen around me. All these people, but they were already volatile people emotionally, and I'm sometimes included in that. I'm a pretty, I have both sides of I'm pretty logical, but I'm connected to my emotions. I would have to be, not to totally sideline back to acting, but it's like, if you're not emotionally connected to yourself, you will never be a good actor. It's that simple, because being an actor means bearing your soul and your art like right there in front of an audience, and you can't lie. You can't. There's no way you'd have scenes in Lord of the Rings where these pivotal emotional moments are happening if the actors were just bullshitting.
It almost sounds like the way you're talking. Why is my brain kind of telling me that with the reasons that you're describing right now, that a younger person, like let's say I'm thinking of Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill at 20 years old, or Frodo, who was probably he was maybe 24, 25. The actor, when is it a sense of being so young that
Elijah
you could
Wood?
Elijah Wood, that
Oh, okay.
or in the sense of like the Harry Potter series, when you have these fresh actors, or getting Carrie Fisher at 19 years old. Do you think in that sense it's easier for that person to connect to this other character, given that they're more of a blank slate than someone who's 40 years old and has all these experiences that are telling them to think
question.
something?
I would think that's a very tough question. I think what it is it's just like everybody's different. For example, Natalie Portman, I remember when I saw her in The Professional, aka Leon, which was directed by Luc Besson, who also did The Fifth Element and all these wonderful films. But The Professional, when I saw that, I mean, as soon as I saw Natalie Portman in that film, I was like, holy crap, who is this girl? I mean, sure, she's beautiful, but I was like, she's so young, but the role that she's portraying is catastrophically complex.
Yeah.
And yet all the marks are hit. I mean, we've all seen, I don't want to say bad child actors, but you're like, when you see a child actor and you're like, hey, give them credit, they're doing good. Like, they're doing good enough. But then you see like Natalie Portman, and I was like, oh my God, like she is breaking my heart in this whole film.
What did you think when she was cast for episode 1? You were probably keeping a close eye on what was going on. You were excited, right?
Well, I was ecstatic because I knew that if anything, she and Liam Neeson were going to bring quality to that project. And I didn't know what to expect. And then I'd heard, Ray Park, and I didn't really know a lot about the film or what he was going to do, but I knew rumblings, because that's the thing. I didn't really know a lot about him, but I was like, Ray Park, that sounds familiar. I'm like, I want to see someone mention he was into wushu or something like that. And that's the thing. Then later I learned, and I'm like, oh my God, he's like a wushu champion. He's like an 80s wushu champion. How sweet, And again, none of these things that most people would have known. And then they incorporated. That's why, like, you see butterfly twist in there and some cool moves. You're like, hey, that's straight out wushu, man. Incredible. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I think some people are connected to their emotions early. Some of them mid-range, some of them late. Some of them, it's hard to say. Some of them, they connect to it, but they're like, I'm not going to reveal it to other people. I better not. you know. But I'm just telling you right now, like, you will know if an actor is a good actor because you will smell that they're real. Like, you know, people like Tom Hanks definitely connect with his emotional
You're
side.
actually a good person to ask
People like
this then.
Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford he may grumble around and be like this all the time and blah blah blah. But I think part of it is just understanding the difference between Harrison Ford as a person and just being a normal human being that doesn't go around going, "Arr!" But then it's time for him to do these things, and then you're like, you put yourself in these positions and you understand what it means to be in these horrible places sometimes, or fantastic places, you know.
Speaking
One
of
of the best.
acting, what do you think about Hayden Christensen? A lot of people give him a lot of flack for episode 2.
I think it's nonsense. It's total
yeah,
nonsense.
like, do you think it's more to do with the lines he was given? Do you think it's due with the selection of actor? They had it was almost like a choosing Harry Potter. It was almost that intense.
I think, look, here's the thing. It's pretty simple. That when it gets down to it, the actor is also only as good as the director, the writing, the lighting, the editing, and all those things, you know, the sound and the so you can put the best actor into a production, and if they're under the worst conditions, they're going to look like a pretty poor actor. And there's plenty of instances of that you will just never know about, with Matthew McConaughey, with Renee Zellweger, with Liam Neeson, with Patrick Stewart, with the list could go on and on and on. And I mean, hell, there's a movie that Denzel talks about. He only talked about this a couple times on, you know, certain ways, and he only says so much about it. And I don't want to say too much because then people will be like, yo, you can't say that on video. But Denzel has a story that he says, you know, everybody knows me as Denzel, but before I was Denzel, you know, I was hurting and I needed money and I was working hard and I'm trying to get this and no. And then I got a call and they're like, we want you to do this movie. And once they explained that movie to me, I started sitting there thinking about it, and I was telling my friends about it, and I had to call the movie. I called it The Nigga They Couldn't Kill. And I was like, holy shit, did he just say that? And everybody's like, oh my God, when he's explaining this story. And he says, because it was messed up. The story was something like he murdered a white girl, and then they did the electric chair on him, and then he came back from the dead. And he was like, oh my God, this sounds like but they were offering like $200,000. And for him at that time, that was like, oh my God, that's like, what, you know, crazy money. Wow. But he's like, I was like distraught. I was like, should I do this? This is going to be my first real film, you know, big budget, you know, there's people are going to see this movie if it ends up being made. And I don't remember if he called, I think it was Sidney Poitier, you know, that somehow he had, you know, he was lucky to be able to be in contact with him. And he says, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should take the money and and I'm hungry. And, you know, like I want to do my acting and I got to do my craft and And I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Sidney Poitier or if it was someone else, but he said, you know, I'm not going to tell you what to do, Denzel, but the world is going to judge you based on your first real entry out there on what you're about, what your character's all about, and all this other stuff. And so he turned it down. And I'm shortening the story, obviously. It's way told way better by Denzel. But I think it was like 2 months later. Guess what he got? Cry Freedom. Did you ever see Cry Freedom?
No, was that his big breakthrough?
Get ye to go see Cry Freedom. Like, I mean,
write this down.
Cry Freedom. Yeah, like Denzel Washington. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like his breakout role, but pretty much I'm pretty
So you're saying the first one that he was contorted over doing it, he didn't do it and he waited for this other one?
Well, it's not that he waited because he didn't know what was coming, Anthony. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That imagine if I said, hey, I'm going to do Albatross, Anthony. I'm going to give you $2 million. But what we got to do is change a whole lot of kind of stuff like that. And we got to have like some crazy, like fucking birds. And then the whole story is going to be about their like freaking, you know, nanotech birds and stuff like that. And that's what happens is they come and they bite them. Right. And that's what makes them explode is these nanotech birds. They're like psychotic birds, man. And you'd be like, huh, yeah, okay. Albatross. They're like, yeah, see, Albatross, man. We're going to give you $2 million. And you'd be like, okay, you know, and you'd have to either say yes and sell out, you know, and end up looking at your product later and being like, that is not what Albatross meant to be. But they gave me money, you know. What would you do? And if you were lucky, but anyways, he was lucky, and he got Cry Freedom. And then his career was, you know, going somewhere. Anyways, I'm not the best person to tell the story. Denzel is. You know, you go look it up, and it would be hard to like type in keywords. How do you do it? But man, nothing affected me more when he literally said, and I don't mind saying it on here. Like he said it. He's like, dude, I called it the nigga they couldn't kill. And I was like, holy crap. That's how badly he felt about that. Like it must have portrayed, you know, the whole, this situation of this guy coming back from the dead really badly. I mean, obviously it was totally screwed up. What a crazy film to even think about doing. Like, imagine if you were known for that 20 years later, you'd be like, ew, you know, what a terrible role to be like your first role as a, I don't know, child predator killer. You're like, oh, no, no.
I feel like every success story that I hear, like major success story, starts with something like that, with something that you had to take a sort of risk in passing
I
up or
told
something.
Ultra Sabers to go fuck themselves, so there you go. You know what I mean? Right? Because they tried to shank me with the deals and stuff like that. And I said, hey, no, I'm not going to sell myself out with you guys. We're supposed to do this right. And then they stole all my work. And that's going back in the past. But what I'm trying to say is, yeah, like I have never really been willing to sell myself out for people. You know, even if people tried to pull the wool over my eyes, I usually can, you know, pull it aside and go, aha, you're trying to cheat me, you know? But it's like, no, it's true, right? But I mean, like that's
I've never really been that kind of talent as far as that. You know, I know some people are pretty shrewd at business and they can do that, but I've been very I guess I have a naive outlook, you know. I'm like, oh, okay, you know, like, okay, you're nice. You know?
I don't think you're that bad, but I mean, I think I see your point. Is like some of us look. Even Denzel said that too. He says we all have different gifts. Some of us make money. Some of them have the ability to touch other people. You know, their hearts, their souls, their minds. Some of them artwork. Some of them behind the camera. Some of them in front of the camera. Whatever it is that you want to do, you want to approach it like you're really, you know, you really believe in it and it really means something to you. Because in the end, what the hell difference is going to make? You're going to be 90 years old. Maybe you're going to be lying in some hospital, or maybe not. Maybe you're lying on your bed and you're going to be like, it's coming. Like, I'm going. It's coming for me. I'm going. And you're either going to be like, I was a bad person. I didn't. No, I'm being honest with you. I'm like,
No.
you're either, right? Either.
No.
You're gonna be, I was
It's
a
not
bad
just
person.
it's not just one or the, you know, it's not just black or white, right? You can
Well,
be
what I
like,
mean
well,
is-
I was trying to be good, but I was, you know.
Well, what I mean is, hear me out. Is either you're going to be, I didn't tell this person this. I was mean. I lied about this thing to that person. I never told this person how I really felt. I hurt this person and I ran. I did this thing. I did that thing. I got a lot of cars and boats and houses, but I pushed aside all the people, blah, blah, blah. Or you're going to be like, man, I touched a lot of lives. I did a lot of good things and I made people happy in some ways. And I did that kind of shit without cabbage and stuff. And I didn't have a lot of cars and all this stuff, but I made a difference in people's lives. And I'm okay with that. So like, I kind of want it, even from like me, when that time comes where I'm like, I'm making an exit, you know, and I'm exiting the stage and I'm not coming back. I want to be like, I'm ready. I'm ready. That's what I want. You know, I feel relatively comfortable with that. My only regrets right now would be like, if anything really went badly, Diamond Dragons wouldn't get completed, because I know that it needs to be shared to the world, and not just to, you know, 100 people or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's too much of an important story for it not to be shared. It feels like the kind of thing that is Lord of the Rings, that is Harry Potter.
Have you thought about giving yourself some kind of date where you would say like, oh, I will have an animated movie by, like, let's say, like, I was thinking about it earlier today, that could it be like, if I were you and I only probably know like 1% about the whole Diamond Dragons thing, as you, the creator of Diamond Dragons, know, but would it be like 2023?
I don't
A
have any
good
idea.
time to say like, listen, by that date, maybe I could have.
I don't have any idea. The reason
What
that
do they call, like, not a storyboard, something more advanced than a storyboard?
Oh, I'm already
something
there.
like something laid out that was like a rough animation, by
well,
like a
like I
certain
told you
date.
before, I'm already halfway there. I mean, like what I've already done, which people can go and find on my and you just have to look up Diamond Dragons. You could type in keyword search. Diamond Dragons tail is one way of looking up Diamond Dragons teaser, Diamond Dragons 2, whatever. But they can look it up on the channel. We can always put links to YouTube videos like we did before. But the point is, this is like, so there's a previs right now that is kind of janky because I've had to mostly invent it myself and kind of work with different little assets. Some of them are mine and some of them I had to just gather from the net at this point. But yeah, the goal is to have enough concept art one day to really, make a good, thing out of it, and then be able to go, hey, animators. And I have a few animators now that I'm finally getting involved with, these 3D
Awesome.
artists.
Great news.
Yeah, these people who work in the Unreal Engine, because I know that it's totally plausible to work.
You've been talking about that Unreal Engine for a while. I guess you really
100%.
feel like it's something that could be an answer to this.
100%. 100%. It's not even an answer. It's more like this is the thing to do, especially with COVID-19 going on. People are hungry for animated things because most studios are like, yo, you're not going to pack 10 bodies into a big room and do a big shoot. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, putting timelines on it is very difficult because there's so many factors in the equation. Like this COVID-19 changed things. Some other things in my life changed things. Whether or not I heard back from vocal artists who were supposed to be part of the project, it changes things. Whether or not I hear back from 3D artists. Like I had this one 3D guy aboard and he kind of bailed on me, this guy named Steve. And it was a shame too, because I already signed contracts with him. We went through all this hullabaloo and and he's promising me, oh, I can do this, that, and the other. Great, send him $200 and this, that, and the other for the deposit. And then in the end, he's just bailing out, and I'm like, what good is this deposit now that I put into it? And he sent me some kind of half done animation, and it's not necessarily bad, but it's like, I can't really use it that much. It's not bad, but it's sort of like, now I got to start that process all over again. Whereas if I didn't, I'd be further along. So do you see what I'm getting at is that there are factors outside of your control, unless you're going to control absolutely every element, and it's just impossible.
Well, even if you were to, you couldn't because of this whole situation.
Eamon being my composer and all that stuff like that, Eamon is bound by, whether or not I can, continue to have him do more music and stuff like that. And he's busy and he's got things to do and he's got school and we've got COVID-19 and other things and people are trying to feed themselves. It's like, it's complicated where we're not sure. That's why I'm so desperately like, man, if I could just get the money, I could say to everybody, I'm looking for the day if it ever comes, I'm praying for it, that I can email everybody and say, yo, how does it sound if I send you all $10,000? And they'll be like, wait, what? And I'm like, the money's yours. You can do whatever you want with it, but just keep making art for me, please. Where I need my concept artist, Claudia Bezak. She's fantastic. I would die to keep working with her on things, but it's hard because she needs to pay her bills and do real money stuff. And, I haven't been able to pay her the big bucks, but I was paying her, like I pay all my people. That's how it works. Eamon's fantastic. What is there? Some other things? Oh, all my vocal artists. Again, I did a shout out to John Meisner, who's going to be portraying Titan. And then I have Callie Rawson. Callie Rawson's a wonderful lady, wonderful gal. And I mean, everybody's gone through these big challenges too. Like, some people have just like lost people, bad stuff has happened and we've had to go through all these different things. And, some artists, I don't hear from them anymore. Like they don't email back. And I was like, what happened? And this is kind of independent of COVID-19, but I'm like,
well, when you see somebody you like on YouTube or something, you could contact them or on Instagram.
That's something. Yeah. What I did for the most part for me is when I wanted to audition people for like the vocal thing, I went on these groups that were meant for, vocal actors and I cut and paste my little thing and get people to come in. And then the same thing for like graphic artists. It's just hard. It's hard to network sometimes, and sometimes you pull it off and sometimes you don't,
Oh, Eamon commented earlier. I forgot to read this one. He says, "My internet cut out again, but I'd love to join again on this subject. I think the effort that it took to make certain movies should never be touched." I think he means like duplicated. They weren't made to be remade. Yeah. Well, let me just play a little more of this scene, Nova, and you could tell me what you think about the rest of this fight scene. So, like,
God, we still have to watch more of this. Okay.
he's throwing Vader through his. Oh, see, like that's where the CGI, especially on Obi-Wan, kind of got a little bad, I thought, but it's just a fantastic effort to improve this.
It's interesting and everything, and like I said, it's something that you could see. Let's see, where is it again? Oh well, it's probably a little bit below this this text box, but right, 22 million people or whatever. But a lot of it is, don't forget, is there's such a thing as eye candy. Like, they see all this kind of stuff, and then you see all these moves being made, and
well, you know what it is too, Matthew? I think this is kind of like, and I don't mean to place a thought in your head. I don't mean to do that to anybody, but I kind of think that
you think about something, but you can't place a thought in my head.
Yeah, well, I kind of think that if you know what I'm about to say, like it's kind of going to attempt to put some, I don't know if I can string the words together properly, but isn't this fight that we're witnessing right here kind of an attempt to draw what you would have seen in your own head? But like, if you know what I mean, like what we saw, how your memory will always enhance those things or change those things. Like if you saw a bank robber run out of the bank and they said, well, what was he wearing? And you're like, he had a red sweater and a green pants, but really that he had brown pants and maybe a yellow shirt.
Okay.
And your memories kind of warp. So when I saw this fight and I thought to myself, wow, and for you, this was your favorite fight. And
well, for me, I'm maybe
kind of like a child's view of it.
I just, yeah, that's a good point of it. That's a really good point. I mean, because I was also a child probably when I don't think I saw this in theaters because I would have been too young. I know I saw Empire in theaters, but the point is, this is interesting and all, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with it. But I guess the way to understand it is this. Okay, this is a good way of looking at it. I just thought of the right thought. So obviously, I did this balance of power thing in 2006, and then somewhere in there, I guess you said you got inspired by my work or whatever. What if someone was like, hey, we're going to redo Balance of Power, and they'll be like, well, did you ask Matthew? No, we're not going to ask, George Lucas or whatever. Like, do you think George Lucas was asked, hey, we're going to reimagine this fight? What do you think, George Lucas? I don't know what he thought of this. It's hard to say. Real quick, too, Mundo says, see, I tell Space, I believe his comic is good enough to be an animated series on Netflix.
Thanks so much, buddy.
I would agree. I mean, I think we all have those capabilities. Well, not all of us, but the point is, it's like you can see it in the work. If you read it, you look at it, and you go through it, and you go, oh, man, this is more powerful than I thought. Because at face value, you can't even tell. Like, I will even say this about Diamond Dragons. I'm not trying to totally segue, but it's like, since Mundo said it, like if you watch the first, even these first two videos that I made that are kind of the screenplay read through, it's not going to tell you a lick of anything about it. It's just kind of like if you watch the first 5 minutes of Star Wars, it's not that interesting. I mean, it's cool, especially back in the day, but it was only cool of the effects back in the day. That's what got people. But the story is like pretty thin in the first 5 minutes. You're like, oh God, whatever. Darth Vader, only you could be so bold. The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this, and da-da-da-da. And you're kind of like, whatever, who cares? Like, right? What difference does any of that make? But then when you see the whole thing, super powerful. The Matrix, I was actually joking around with someone about that. I'm like, imagine if you didn't see The Matrix, but you only read this first 5 minutes of the script. You know what I mean? In the first 5 minutes of the script, basically, it's a chick who's hot.
It'd be like a tosser, right?
What do you mean a tosser?
Like you would toss it in the trash.
I don't know. Well, I don't know about that, but the point is,
I'm exaggerating. I'm just trying to be funny.
You toss it. I wasn't sure what you said. But like, think about it. The first 5 minutes of the film, if you were just reading it and you didn't just know Carrie Ann Moss and you didn't, none of that, you'd be like, oh, look, they got a girl in sunglasses and a hot, spandex suit, and she's doing cool kung fu moves and gun moves, and karate on cops, and she's blowing them all away. And then now she's on the roof and jumping over the roofs, and then suddenly all the cops can't follow, but then this agent guy with sunglasses and a fucking earpiece is jumping over there and chasing
I
her.
think that's a great lesson in not taking things at face value.
Well, my point
What
being,
a great lesson there for the Matrix.
what a great lesson for people who are reading screenplays and they think they understand it in the first 5 or 10 minutes. Because I'll be honest with you also, see, this is something I know you haven't done yet, and eventually you would, depending on how far Albatross is. But when my screenplay was done, not that I always shared the whole thing, I would share portions, up to a certain point. I'd say, here's the first 50 pages. And I would send it to people, and we would do trade reads. And I did this to like hundreds of people. I read at least 50 other people's works, and I left notes on all of their work, and they were supposed to get back to me, and some did and some didn't. Anyways, some of them were like, oh yeah, I couldn't get into it. And I'm like, cool, how far did you read? Oh, the first 5 pages. And then I was like, whatever. I'm like, what do you know about the work if you can't read the first 5 pages? What do you really think you know about it? I'm like, I read all of yours. I didn't necessarily like it, but I read the whole damn thing that you gave me. And then I made the assessments about what I was reading. And what I didn't understand, I went backward and reread. Sometimes that's just kind of my process. I'd start reading, and then usually I'd be like, wait a second. Hold on a second. I think I
have to do that. I have to do that.
And then I'd be like, wait a minute. I kind of feel like he's mentioning this thing, but I don't think. And then sometimes I'd be like, yeah, they didn't mention this, so I'm really confused. And so the point is I would start to discover good writing and bad writing, and it was always independent of the story. Like I'll give you an example. I read this one story about racquetball. And I'll be honest with you, I don't give 2 shits about racquetball. I don't care about it. I don't have any interest in it. But I was trying to get, oh, I see. He's trying to make metaphors and this and blah, 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 blah. So fine. So the point was, you have to also be smart about what you're reading. If you ever read a story that you are not particularly into, you still need to recognize whether it's good writing or bad writing. So, for example, let's say I was like, oh, God, Albatross, more space marines and this thing and that guy, whatever. I don't care. I'm not saying that's how I feel, but what if I was like, oh, God, the last thing I need is more fantasy and lasers and microchips.
Well, then it's my job to actually come in and hopefully show you within a number of pages, however many it takes, hopefully not too many, that something's different here, right? Something's unique here.
For me as a reader, good writing, bad writing. I'll give you another example. I read some things that weren't even screenplays. This one guy, he was writing a young adult young adult novel that was, about a bunch of teenagers coming of age, starting to learn about having feelings toward each other and what do I do, and this girl's like confused about whether she's lesbian or bi, and this guy's like kind of a nerd, but he also has problems, and this one kid's like having nightmares and weird issues about wanting to kill other people. Like, it was complicated, but it was not anything that I would ever read, because it was just a bunch about a bunch of young teenagers. I don't have any interest in that. But when I was reading it, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good writing. If I was a person who liked that, I would like this. Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah.
To me, that's the difference between being able to recognize good writing or bad writing, or if you're like, well, I just don't like dragons. Like, I've had some people say that before. They're like, well, I'm just not into dragons. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But so I guess you wouldn't want to read it. Like, oh no, I'm just not into it. And I'm like, yeah.
Oh, see, to me, it doesn't have anything to do with that.
If you don't like dragons, it doesn't necessarily matter about whether or not the writing is good.
Like, these are just characters. They just happen to be. They just happen to be dragons. It's like sorry, like Bugs Bunny is a rabbit. Sorry, like if you don't like if you're allergic to rabbits, Bugs Bunny's still funny.
This is what I'm saying, and this is a difference between what I've noticed. And actually, I made a lot of posts about this, and I made a lot of, not enemies, but people mad. I'd be on these writing forums, and I'd see these people touting all this stuff about writing, and I'd be like, you know what I found in this group? And I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm like, some of you are all writers with a lowercase w, and some of you are writers with a capital W. Some of you are readers with a lowercase r, and some of you are readers with a capital R. Which one do you want to be today? Blah, 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 blah. And I'd make these posts, You know, Mundo's even saying perspectives can make the difference in all stories, and that's the cool thing about you guys, a lot of different perspectives. I agree, Mundo. It's a good point. Is that, like, you know, again, if I looked at Albatross and I immediately went, well, I just don't like this, that, and the other types of stories, then I've already pushed Anthony's story into a box where there's nothing he could do. There's nothing he could do. I would put it in a thing and I don't like it, period. And you're like, well, you don't like it because you're not into whatever. And I've had people say that. They're like, Lord of the Rings isn't my kind of thing. So when you tell me it's dragons, or I mean, it's Lord of the Rings, but with dragons as the primary characters, I'm already like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I guess you're never going to find out. You're never going to find out if what the messages about what the characters have to say and what they do are even going to matter to you, even though they possibly could. Because again, I feel like good writing is independent actually of the genre. You know, would Star Wars be okay if it was a Western? Yeah. Yeah, it would.
Right. I remember back maybe 10 or 15 years ago when I was like flipping through HBO, and I remember there was this movie that kept coming on. If you remember back in the day when, before you could select exactly what you wanted to watch and you just had to depend on HBO or whatever service you had, cable, to show you whatever they had at that particular time. There was like a Charlize Theron, Keanu movie that kept replaying all the time.
Reindeer Games?
No, it was something about
The Devil's Advocate.
No, it was something about one of the characters was dying of cancer. And it was almost a movie that was probably not.
You know what I just realized? They did so many movies together, Charlize and Keanu.
It was like November's Rain or November something.
November. Yeah.
Like that, right? And so I was like, you know what? This movie doesn't look like it's for me. It looks like maybe it's for women or something. But let me just give it a chance.
And then you were like,
I was practically crying by the end of the movie, and I thought it was a fantastically done movie. And I watched it 2 or 3 times at that year. And I remember thinking exactly the same things that you're talking about here, where it's almost like it doesn't matter what it is. Like I might be looking for Star Wars, a space opera, or a space fantasy, or a Lord of the Rings. I came upon this movie, which was somebody dying of cancer, but somehow a lot of it spoke to me. It was just well done.
Yeah, that's because of, again, many factors. Is you also have good acting, good writing, good directing, all that stuff. A good example is this too. My personal favorite movie, which is kind of funny because some people don't even give it a chance because they're like, oh, it's too long and I don't want that. I'm like, oh my God, you're missing out, is Dances with Wolves.
I'll have to check it out again.
I've
given it so many tries, Matthew. I've tried 3 times that I could remember.
That's too bad.
It's hard. I have to try again if you say it's one of your favorites.
It's the kind of movie, we'll put it this way, it's the kind of movie that if you make sure to watch the entire thing, you will know where that time went. There you go. Mundo said it was Sweet November. That's right. Good job, Mundo.
November, okay.
Dude, Mundo's
Mundo, you are like you are like watching from the heavens. You know. He's
the king. Mundo's the king, bro. But I mean, listen, so like Dances with Wolves, I'll put it to you this way. Dances with Wolves had such an impact on my life that it's definitely changed my whole perspective on life ever since I saw it when I was young. And I still remember I took this one girl in high school to see it, Renee. And, she didn't, poor Renee, she was super, innocent and cutesy girl. And she didn't care about it. She was just looking at me the whole time going, she was into me. And I mean, I thought she was cute, but I was like, wow, this movie's so powerful. But let me just tell you is like, there's so much influence from Dances with Wolves in Diamond Dragons that I couldn't even tell you. There's a piece of music that John Barry made. Where
the composer of Dances with Wolves?
This is correct. If you haven't heard of John Barry, you got to start looking that stuff up.
I've heard the name. I didn't know what he was famous for.
Yeah, like, oh man, his music.
I love music in films, and I believe it's 50% of whatever we're talking about. If we're talking about a movie, I believe it's 50% of it.
Yeah, music is important.
You're saying all this great stuff about it.
But there's a great song that he comprised, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot how powerful that particular piece of music is, and it fits 100% a moment that I want near the end of the film. And I shared it with Eamon, and I'm like, if you create me some kind of John Barry piece that's like that anywhere.
How magical must it be to have Eamon's talent?
It's pretty dope. I wish there was a way I could share with you guys. Like, I wonder if I can do that. Let me see if I can share with you guys. I wonder if this will even pull it off. Like if
I'm
anybody
not
will.
able to share audio. I don't know how to.
Well, what I mean is like if I play it on my speakers, if people will be able to hear it. Like this is the
yeah.
Diamond Dragons main theme. Let me see if it'll play. So, can you even hear it?
I think I hear something. Yeah.
Well, it has to get louder. And these aren't the best speakers in the world, but I'll stop it there. So
I can almost get the gist of it. I think we can get the gist of it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now the irony is, I'm the one who actually designed that melody, but it came to me one day, and then I was like, Eamon, what do you think of that? And let me know if you think it's musically powerful and all that stuff. But basically it goes like this with the notes. It's like banana 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 bum banana 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 bum banana banana bum banana bum 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 banana bum. So it's kind of that feel, and just the chord structure of it, and the idea of it being able to be used in so many different iterations. And Eamon and I agree on music quite a bit, is that there's other ways to use that theme and use minor chords and, just changes in rhythm and all that stuff, where it can still give a good effect on things. And he's written such a powerful theme for Link, which is wonderful. So there's just a lot of things going on with it, and these are pretty janky speakers on my little laptop, but it's to be expected.
Is the way I hear you talk about Link in your story, the more and more I hear you talk about her, right? Is it a her?
That's great. Yeah.
Is it supposed to be a like, I don't know if I'm overstepping, you could just not answer, but is this supposed to be somebody who is going to be like a spin-off character into like their own story later or something?
I don't know if I've ever looked at it from that perspective, but that's not. Look, I'll put it to this way. I feel like it wouldn't be good writing if someone was constantly thinking about like, oh, I can't wait until this character has its own thing. But I will say this, as the story is unfolded and now that it's complete, holy crap, are there so many opportunities where I'm like, right? Like, I would talk about this with varying people who would, I would get input from them, like, people are going to want to know this person's story, huh? Like how did they get to be who they were? And they're like, oh yeah, they're totally going to want to know. Like there's one of the, well, I mean, they're all primary characters, whatever you want to look at it, but Elder Dragon, that's all I call him. Although he has a real name. I just don't really reveal it to the audience in any particular way. It doesn't matter. But Elder Dragon is like the patriarch. He's like the, well, I often compare it to Dance's Wolf. He's like the 10 Bears. 10 Bears is like the, the old grandfather, the whole thing, and his say goes, and he's the last to talk, something like that. And then when he says something, like, you're all, oh, yo, that's what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like in other words, right? I mean, I don't know what kind of family you have or whatever, but it's like, if your grandfather's like, I've listened to all of everybody, but yeah, I think this is what we're going to do. Nobody says, oh, no, we're not. You're like, that's what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like he's the patriarch.
About the music, when you're talking about the music before and you were humming along to a song for your Diamond Dragons tune, what do you do, or do you even know, like, what do you do to check it against? Is there a way that you know of to check it against like music that's already out there? You know what I mean?
No, for me, I just literally, when I would, like come up with something, I know that it's going to be unique in the sense that if it's just coming out of my mind, then I know it's like, It is unique. Now, someone might say, but what if it's already out there? I'm like, well, then that's always a possibility with anything. It's just like when someone says, oh, I wrote a story about dragons before too. Like, see, this always comes back to the same thing. Some people think ideas alone are like, oh, I once had an idea for this movie, and then that guy did it. They stole my movie. I'm like, no, they didn't. You think they stole anything, but what happened is they had an idea that was very similar to yours.
Made
In
it
other
first, I
words,
guess.
well, not even that. It's like, think of it like this. Probably someone out there thought of an idea like similar to George Lucas. What if there were space heroes? And what if they had to do a hero's journey? Like, do you see where I'm getting at? Like,
Well,
the
they just
hero-
didn't. They just didn't do it, or they just didn't do it
Well-
to the level of success, or at the right time, or there's a
Or-
thousand factors.
or it's not even that. It's they may have done it, but it's like, but it didn't become as popular and whatever. Like Harry Potter, there's nothing new about wizards. What is that? But maybe wizards as teenagers. Well, maybe there was Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I don't know. But the point is, it's like it's a particular universe of wizards and what they do and how they do it and da 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 da. I mean, again, the hero's journey is very old and relatively not basic, but it's like even Lord of the Rings. Like it's not like other movies didn't have elves in it and dwarves and human fighters who are looking cool and sexy and all that shit and princesses that are elves and shit. All that stuff has been out there, but then the question is, can you put it together in a story that's really powerful and coherent and not just a disaster of, well, we just wanted them to look cool on film and do some cool sword moves and take a cool stance. We've all seen movies like that where you're like, this movie is all glitz and there's absolutely no heart and soul to it. We've all seen it. And it's a sad day when you go and see those movies and you basically go, well, there's 2.5 hours I'll never get back. You know what I mean? You're like, that's the end of that. I'm trying to think of some good examples too, but like even Die Hard, see, we have these things called log lines in screenplays, and with screenplay making, log lines are actually relatively generic, but they tell your story. Like, what would you say is the log line for a Die Hard? It'd be like, a New York cop finds himself
In a dire situation with hostages.
In a precarious situation in an unknown city, against odds, that are well beyond him with, a psychotic terrorist. Like that's a log line. I mean, I didn't do it right. Like the point is you're supposed to think of your log line and really make it. But basically what a log line is it needs to tell the story in 1 to 2 sentences and be done. And you do identify protagonist, antagonist, struggle, and something else, like there's some other factors. Like even mine is, well, look, I'll just bring mine up instead of me paraphrasing my dumbass out of it. Let me just bring up, what is my log line? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I have so many files. You have no idea. No, it's true. Like I have so many.
Wait,
files.
but that's a brand new computer though, where you transferred everything.
Oh my God, yeah. Believe me, I've been doing it. So I actually have a couple versions of this I see here, but we'll just do the shorter one. Ancient dragons struggled to preserve their way of life after their strongest war. Oh wait, I don't want to reveal too much. After something happens, racing to rediscover a legendary creature of immense wisdom and power before their undead adversaries imprison or destroy it. So if that, if that doesn't make you excited, where you're kind of like, whoa, wait, what? So ancient dragons struggle to preserve their way of life.
It doesn't make me excited because I myself am undead. So something undead doesn't excite me at all. It's like boring to me.
But again, it's ancient dragons struggle to preserve their way of life, racing to rediscover a legendary creature of immense wisdom and power before their adversaries imprison or destroy it. So you get the idea that you're like, oh, and what this is also called too is something called the MacGuffin. A MacGuffin is whatever everybody's after in a film. In Mission Impossible, the MacGuffin is usually, the briefcase with the codes, or the MacGuffin in The Fifth Element is Mila Jovovich, aka.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I couldn't think of her name.
The MacGuffin in Star Wars is very simple. It's R2-D2. Well, aka the Death Star plans. You know what I mean? So MacGuffin is something everybody's after. In most movies about money, like a heist film, it's
the money.
about the money. You know, so
what happens? This is really totally off topic. But you just said heist film, and I
Mhm.
thought to myself, the ink that comes off of that stuff that goes onto the money, that like
Mhm.
if it damages the money, then what happens at that point? Like, let's say in real life, the ink damages the money. They just print more money to replace that money,
Oh, that's a good point. You know,
or is the
I'm
money
not,
just
I'm
gone?
not an expert. Yeah, I'm not an expert at any of that, and I wouldn't know the first thing about it. But I mean, yeah, like there's all those aspects of like, you know, what the bloody hell's going on, you know, when that kind of stuff happens. And honestly, yeah, I think there are some quotes from the Rockefellers that always bothered me with the whole like, you know, give me control over uh, of the world's money, and I care not for its, you know, rules or its law or its class system or whatever. You know, they're just like, you know, if I have control over the money, then screw off. And you're like, really? What the hell?
Edmundo says, for wives and sisters and mothers, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. It has turned
Yeah,
to
right.
Mother's Day, at least on the East Coast here, for Novastar and Matthew's mother and his
Thank you.
daughter's mother. It's still not Mother's Day in California, but it will be soon.
Yeah. Oh, and let's see, Burt Rutan. I'm hoping I'm saying that right.
Dances with Wolves was a great movie. It reminds me of another great movie, A Man Called Horse from 1970. I have not seen...
I'm gonna have to look that up, Bert, because I've never seen that and I've never heard of it. And that's the thing, is there's so many films. So thank you, you know, muchos gracias for that, because I will try to check out A Man Called Horse, 1970. Sounds good.
I'm gonna write that down right here because I'm actually looking for a slower. I'm sure from 1970, it's probably a slower moving movie, and I'm into that right now.
Yeah.
You know, nowadays it's a lot like these MTV cuts and different things. And back in 1970, that wasn't. It just wasn't a thing.
No, you've made your point. It is true that unfortunately, well, look, it depends on the director and the editor. Because, like, for example, Ridley Scott still makes movies, you know, in the 90s and all other stuff, and they were still great. And also you have people like Steven Soderbergh. One of my favorite films is called Heist, and it's with Danny DeVito and Gene Hackman, Delroy Lindo, and oh crap, I can't remember all their names.
Delroy Lindo is an amazing character actor. I love him.
He's fantastic. He's such a good
great
actor.
Great name too.
Dude, and that guy, he's got such a unique look, and I love his voice. He's just such a great looking dude, and like he's just cool. Like everything about the man is dope. But the point is, there's a great Danny DeVito is fantastic. It's one of my favorite roles.
I haven't seen this one in a bunch of years as well. I have to rewatch this.
Heist. It's so good, and it's so written well. But I love it. There's one scene that's so funny with Danny DeVito where he's like, "All right, where's the gold? Where's the gold? All right. I hate to do anything as dramatic as count to 10. But 1, 2, where's the gold? 3, oh God damn it, why are you doing this? 4. And it's so funny. I love that. I hate to do anything as dramatic as count to 10, but it's so good. And then of course there is one sequence where, and you know he's gonna get it, but later he's just like, and he's like, don't you want to hear my last words? And he's like, I just did.
Oh.
And he dropped them. Yeah.
My friend Mike keeps telling me to rewatch.
Gene Hackman. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Did you also tell me to watch Death Wish, or am I thinking of my friend Mike?
I'll put it this way: probably your friend Mike, but Matthew also says you should watch. That's Charles Bronson. So
I'm writing that down too, because like that reminds me of some things you're saying right now. When you're talking about those were your last words, it kind of sounds like Death Wish.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the whole thing, like, you know, I know what you're thinking, you know, with all the crazy panic, did I fire off 5 shots or 6? And I have to be honest, and all the craziness, and I'm just paraphrasing. You know, I don't know myself, but now you have to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you? Punk, you know, and you're like, it's such a retarded, like no one would stop and sit there and go through all those things, but it's so epic, it's so awesome, you know what I mean? Like Gran Torino. Have you seen Gran Torino?
Yes. And that's a weird example because I was just thinking how when you were speaking about Death Wish and about older movies that the way that they took their time to deliver these awesome lines and they let them kind of hang in the air for a second right there, whereas I feel like Gran Torino was a combination of that older style of and truly an older character in the way he was portrayed in the movie by Clint Eastwood, an older character who's in the modern world and who's reacting to the modern world, but in a way which he is used to reacting to things.
Exactly.
And that was an interesting take to see how this, like almost like someone from the 70s or the 80s, how they would react given the year 2000 or 2005, like what they would do then.
What's funny about it is, in a way, it is very much Dances with Wolves. And here's another good example is, The Last Samurai is just another clone of Dances with Wolves when you really get down to it. And it's a great film. And if that helps you, like, did you like Last Samurai at all?
Yes, and I actually re-listen to the soundtrack like all the time. Even today while I work, I will listen to the Last Samurai soundtrack sometimes. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that movie.
It's important to understand that's what happens is people then have to live amongst some other people, or they have to get to know them. And then it's hard to have an enemy when you finally get to know who they are behind the veil. And that's really what it all is about. And that's exactly what Gran Torino is. Gran Torino is a remake of Dances with Wolves, which is a remake of, in Last Samurai, and it's fine. And they're all fantastic. Gran Torino's best too, because you have this old guy who was in the war and he's lost his wife or whatever. And then, I'm trying to be funny about it. I'm not trying to be rude or whatever, right? He's like, oh God, these goddamn gooks move next door, man. Why do I have to deal with all that kind of, and you're kind of like, oh God, this character's awful. And it's true. He's such a rude, arrogant prick who thinks he knows it all. And then he's talking to these people who, they're these, I guess, Vietnamese guys and stuff. And for him, from his perspective, he's this old, what is it? He's not Irish. He's a, what do you call it? He's a Polish guy, I'm trying to remember what his character name was, but right. He's like a Kowalski or something like that. You know what I mean? So he's an atypical old school, but then by the time the end of the film comes, you're like, oh, and then especially that song, where it's like, realign all the stars above my head. What is it? The warning signs travel far. I drink instead on my own. Oh, how I know the warning signs and worn out beds. Gentle now a tender breeze blows. Heart locked in a Gran Torino. Beats a lonely rhythm all night long. And it's just a really good song. And you're sort of like, ew, like this whole movie is so hard. It's so rough.
Does that play throughout or on the credits? I don't recall the song.
Well, they find places where that theme keeps fitting in all the way through. And again, the whole film is called Gran Torino because it's like he cares a lot about his damn car and he takes care of it and everything. But he eventually learns that he's like, yeah, this car is not so much important as it is this young kid's life that I'm starting to learn about. And, he it's so funny to all the nicknames that he calls him, because I think he calls him. Does he call him at one point? It's like, like not frog or something like that, but it's like, he keeps calling everybody a racist thing. Like he even calls this one young Vietnamese girl. He's like, oh yeah, you should go out and date her. What's that one girl's name? Yum Yum. And she's like, Ming, or something like that. He's like, yeah, you should date Yum Yum. And it's like, dude, don't call it.
It's like one of those movies where it kind of came out in a time. It was made in a time where it was a transitionary time where I don't think it could actually be. It could come out today, but it's just that it was better off coming out in the time that it came out in, because it's still
powerful today. Because
it's still powerful today. But what I mean is the blowback, if it came out today with that type of language, might be you know, I don't
Maybe.
know that they would have made it the same. I'm actually glad that whatever year it came out, 2005, 2004, that
I don't remember.
they felt
Look it up.
confident enough to put that racist stuff in it, because it really showed it had to be there for us to learn about this character. And then
You're right. You nailed it. It's a 2008 American drama film directed and produced by Clint Eastwood, who also starred in the film. The film co-stars Christopher Carley, B. Vang, and Anne Her. This was Eastwood's first starring role since 2004's $1 Million Baby. So he hadn't been in there for a while. And then, of course, the music was by Kyle Eastwood, his son.
oh,
So there
okay.
you go. Yeah, it was a great film. But I mean, the point was, I totally get what you're saying. It's kind of like when they did Tropic Thunder.
Right.
could
It's almost like could it maybe not be done today because the blowback would
from
be
doing
too
blackface.
much.
Yeah, well, because they
Right.
had Robert Downey Jr. pretending to be a black guy, and he had that one line: "I'm the dude playing the dude who thinks he's another dude." You're like, dude, can he do that? But it's like, why? Why is the world lost its sense of humor? Like, I get it, you shouldn't do certain things, but you're like, at the same time,
Well, it's because the people that have gotten a voice are like the people that are normally never had a voice, who were like laying at home in their pajamas underneath the covers, like scared or maybe just not interacting with people, are now actually able to go on and interact with people and have a voice. So they start to give their opinions, and then things start to get out of control. That's kind of how I see it happening, where it's almost like those people that were like, yeah, not so focused on 20 years ago, now have an in to have their voice heard, and they will express displeasure with certain portrayals, you know, and it's just like it has a voice that is heard now, whereas like, you know, 20 years ago was like less heard and less important to hear that side of it, I guess, or something.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way I look at it
People
too.
take more weight of it in this like Twitter universe that we have.
Yeah, like I think there's one thing to be said for when people use derogatory terms in like situations to be derogatory and be like, haha, I want to put these people in a box and show how lame they are. But it's another thing to just be like, this is just funny. Like, you know what I mean? Like if, you know, I don't know. I can't think of some great situations without putting me into a bad light or whatever. But it's like sometimes, well, no, it's true. It's like sometimes it's funny. Like if someone said, you know, if they started to portray a scene where they'd be like, "What are you, gay?" or something like that, he'd be like, "No, I'm not gay." And he's like, "I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay, but like, are you?" And he's like, "No, I don't think so." And he's like, "What do you mean you don't think so? Are you or are you not?" And he's like, I was sure yesterday, but now I'm not so sure." You know, that's funny because then suddenly you have a hilarious situation where the person's bringing it up, and just because they brought it up, suddenly the person's thinking, "Wait a minute, I don't know," and it's just funny. It's not that we're trying to say that the subject is being gay is not cool. I'd be like, that's not the point of the scene. It's not the point at all. It's funny because one person's asking a question like, you know, "Do you like vanilla ice cream?" And he's like, "Well, yeah." And it's like, "Are you sure that?" Like, yeah. "Well, why is it? Why do you like vanilla ice cream?" "Come to think of it,
I think
I'm not
mint chip is
sure."
better. Maybe mint
Yeah,
chip.
like, and then suddenly someone's like, "Wait, oh my God, I might actually have liked mint chip. I've been cheating on vanilla this whole time and I didn't know it." And then they would all laugh at that. But if I said something and I replaced mint chip and vanilla with gay and straight, everybody would just be like, "You can't say that on television." I'm like, I'm not saying that we're making fun of people who are either of those things. I'm saying is it's funny to then have someone consider it and then be weighing the options and then be all screwy because it's comedy. You know, it'd be like, you know, hey,
It's context. It's context. It's a different meaning if you step in the middle, and it's a different meaning if you take a part out of it, you know.
Exactly right. And that's the point. Actually, that's the funny thing about comedy. Like, I'll give you an example. One of my favorite playwrights, we'll transition to something else. That one of my favorite, not playwrights, comedians, because we were talking about how, you know, how there can be like delivery and stuff like that. And it's how people say jokes. One of my favorite comedians from back in the day was Stephen Wright. Did you ever hear Stephen Wright?
I've heard the name. I don't know if I can place what his comedy is like.
He'd be like this. He'd come up to the mic and, you know, people would be applauding and he's just kind of like, "Hi,
I'm Stephen Wright. I'm gonna get a tattoo of me, but taller. I like to skate on the other side of the ice. I like to reminisce with people I don't know. Granted, it takes longer. You know, my grandfather, he used to have this rocking chair, and instead of rocking backward, it rocked forward so he could fake interest in any conversation. And that's just like the kind of style. He would do everything flat and like completely no emotion in his delivery, but he'd, like you were saying, he'd make it as concise as possible, and it would be so funny. You know, like I liked that style. You know, he would do those kind of weird ass jokes. You know, and for me they worked. You'll just have to look him up. But his delivery was purposefully zero emotional influence. Whereas, like, you know, Seinfeld
is he
would be
still
like,
alive? Stephen Wright?
what's with this thing? Like, I can't believe it. You know, what's with bananas? Okay, they're curved, they're yellow, they're kind of irritating. I mean, they get smashed. Who knew? Bananas. Like the thing with Seinfeld was he had a style and a delivery, and it was, you know, bombastic and emotional. Stephen Wright was like, literally, if his joke didn't work, it didn't work. But his jokes almost always worked, and his delivery was just always like this. Everything was very monotonous.
Like a Ben Stein delivery.
A little bit, but not quite. It was more like he was just like, this is just how I talk. Like, how's it going, Anthony? And yeah, so here's my joke. That was it. He would just make it not quite monotonous, but just simply.
I'll have to look him up because he's starting to sound like one of my favorite comedians is Jeff Ross. And he's starting to sound a little bit like Jeff Ross, the style.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah. I don't know it specifically, but right. Like, in other words, there's some comedians that rely on emotional, you know, like Robin Williams was anything but.
No, like I like the way you just describing Stephen Wright to be like just a direct, like almost like a bow and arrow attack. It's just like a direct hit, a bullseye every single time of just like, and you don't need laughs, you don't need a smile because it's just so precise.
Exactly. He didn't do special funny voices, you know, because some people would be like, you ever been down to the things where you hear that one guy and he's like in the grocery store and he's over the loudspeaker? Clean up on aisle 5. You know, they would do those things, and that's funny because they're like, you know, they have a shtick, or they're doing voices, or they're acting weird. Even Joe Rogan, you know, Joe Rogan, he has a style and a shtick and a way of being vibrant. And some comedians would just be walking in the door and just be like, la, 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 la. And you're like, oh my God, that's so funny. So to me, I was like, it lived on its delivery and it lived on the writing, you know? So, but anyway, it's like, there's a whole bunch of different styles obviously out there on how people can be, but I don't know how we got on this subject, but it is.
Let me see what Mundo says here. He says, see, but that's true. A racism beast can be beaten when you have the opportunity to get to know people, have a perspective of what you were fed. Yeah, you know, it's like it's unfortunate if you are like living in a place where you don't have interaction. Well, actually, right now, no one has interaction with anybody else. So I guess like everybody's in the same boat right now. You know, you just only have interaction with the people in your own house. So if it's not diverse in your own house, then it's over.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Bert Rutan. I'm hoping.
Guys, it's literally the Sith trying to destroy the universe so they can rebuild it in their image. Rule with an iron hand and complete control. That's what I see happening too. That's what I see happening. This country is like rebels trying to win against all odds against the Empire. And, you know, it's almost like I don't even know if the Empire knows what, you know, there's just like no, like at least the Empire had a distinct like plan of order.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, when you look at Trump and you realize that, like, I love how when he said, well, what we're going to do, it's going to go away. COVID-19, it's going to go away, and we're going to shine the light, and we're going to use, you know, ultraviolet light. And you're like, oh my God.
We're going to inject it into you and, you know, some kind of cleansing. It'll be like a cleansing.
And you're like, what are you saying on camera? It doesn't even make any sense. It's so non sequitur and non-scientific. It
like Matthew, no, wait. Like, just wait. You just made a crazy point to me where like they are allowing that to happen on camera, and YouTube streams get shut down for people saying
A swear
isn't
word.
that crazy that like the president can say something that's totally off kilter and off base, and then when
it's
they
not even
like
off
someone
kilter.
on YouTube can
It's
say
insane.
something that they deem like unhealth worthy, and it's like not proper to actually get that health information out there. But it's like, did you see the president's stream from 2 days ago? It was absolutely insane.
Here's another thing. Here's a great one. You're gonna love this too. Like, did you hear this ridiculousness with again, assume air quotes whether you're listening or watching, because I am putting them, Dr. Phil, and then don't forget about what was it, Dr. Oh God, what's his name? He's the weird Greek guy who's always on there. Dr. Oz.
Right.
Assume air quotes or whatever. So one, Dr. Phil said something about, I don't understand about all this COVID stuff because people die in swimming pools. Did you know 200,000 people a year die from drowning? And I'm like,
they do?
What? And I was like, wait a second. 200. So first of all, those numbers are jank. They're
I was going to say, did you look that up?
He basically was like this. This is
I'd
my
be
butt.
surprised if it was 20,000. 20,000 sounds a lot.
20,000 is way too many. 200,000 is
Like
egregious.
2,000, I would believe.
But put it this way. This is a better way of looking at it.
2,000 drownings? I believe that.
Hold on. Let's say 200,000 people drowned a year. First of all, one, we would need to do something really important with swimming pools and be like, what the is going on? Close all swimming. That's just one. So, but let's put that.
They would close the swimming pools.
I'm not even done. So we put that aside. And two, and more importantly, drowning is not contagious. Drowning is not contagious. Car accidents are not contagious. If you get in a car accident, Anthony, and you die from the car accident, if I was nearby you in a car, I don't go like, what? What are you talking about? First of all, 200,000 people, wrong. Second of all, swimming pools, wrong. And third of all, wrong. It's not contagious, so it has nothing to do with COVID. None of the points that he made could have been any more non sequitur. And then Dr. Oz said something about, oh, well, I'm really excited about this idea of we should open the schools. And everybody's like, why is that? Do you think? And just like almost like you're fearful of it. Wondering what the question or the answer is. And his idea was, well, it would just be, I just have this idea that it'd be so good to get these young people back in there so they could be studying. Like, we really need to have them studying, and that's what they're going to be thriving on. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. This COVID-19 thing's going on, and your first instinct is to put the young people back into school so that they can study. So in other words, you're willing to sacrifice lives. You are a doctor, sorry, air quotes. You are a doctor, and you want to sacrifice lives in order to keep jumpstarting the economy. Is anyone
How does the school thing jumpstart the economy? Just to get the kids or get the kids' parents to go back to work, you mean?
I have no idea. I have no idea what he's talking about. It doesn't make sense. It's another non sequitur after non sequitur after non sequitur.
Because I agree with getting things going as far as businesses and stuff like that, but the schools, the timing seems a little weird for schools, because it's like they would, if they were in semester, if they were in term right now, they'd be winding down. So
it's not a good idea
to push them back out there. It doesn't seem like the right group to be sending back out there. Like it's a group that would be finishing out their year in a matter of days. So to have those type of people go back first would be strange.
Goddamn sense. It makes no sense. And what I don't understand is like exactly what you said is like, I am looking at these things and I'm just sitting there blinking, just going like, what the is going on? Are you freaking serious? There cannot be anything more non sequitur than these people who call themselves doctors and they don't even actually have medical degrees. And they're making up these numbers, which are like, wait a minute, that's not even science. Like, it's not even, actually, it's not even science. Excuse me. It's not science. It's data. That's like just you either did or didn't go to the store today. That's it. It's not like, numbers are somewhat black and white. I mean, sure, they might say there's a margin of error. We all know that about statistics. But like, look, 200,000 people did not drown last year.
Unless there was some awful shipwreck that contained like 150,000 people on board.
Yo, like, okay, let's talk about the USS Indianapolis for a second. So that was a real story that happened in Jaws, the movie, the one that where he's like, sometimes the shark could go away, sometimes he wouldn't go away. Sometimes that shark would look at you right into your eyes. And the thing about a shark is it's got black eyes, like a doll's eyes. And when he looks at you, doesn't even seem to be living. So anyways, that story that Robert Shaw brilliantly acted was a very true story about the USS Indianapolis, but not even that many on the whole damn ship. They lost a lot of men, but not even 2,000 died. The Titanic. I mean, I don't even think the Titanic was that. It wasn't like 20,000 people. You know what I mean?
No, I think it was like 12,000 people, if that.
I don't even know
the number right.
I guess I could look it up and say. I think
Bert says you would like the.
I think it was 1,100. I think it was 1,100.
1,100. Okay.
I think so, but wait, Titanic.
Bert Rattan says you would like the old radio show Paul Harvey, Matt. I don't know if you know that.
Oh
name.
yeah,
Paul
I saw
Harvey.
1,500 people.
1,500. Okay, I was way off.
Well, that's okay, but it says 705 survived, and then actually, if I put USS Indianapolis, let's just see, because I have a feel like it was 1,200 men went into the water. Because I actually redid that monologue. That's why I know it so well. The sinking. Yep, I was on the money. There were nearly 1,200 sailors on board, and about 300 died when the ship went down. So there you go. How many sailors were eaten by sharks? Oh Jesus! Oh my God. Well,
I don't think sharks like icicle water.
Icicle water, yeah. No, not Titanic. I was talking about USS Indianapolis. Yeah, it was different.
Oh, I'm like continuing the scene here with Darth Vader and Obi-Wan. It kind of goes on pretty long, and actually there's sound clips in it you guys can't hear from previous like Obi-Wan and Anakin encounters. That's what they have here added to.
Oh, I bet, right? Yeah.
Well, also, like, you were the chosen one.
I'm sure everybody also knows the what do you call it, the lines that were cut too, where he's like, "You can't win, Darth," and then it cut away to the, "If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine." But he used to have a different line where he said, "You can't win, Darth. If my blade should find its mark, then this, that, and the other, and then the Journals will do this, that, and the other, and then the universe will combine." And with it was like not.
Oh, that was a nice effect. Better than like this part here is better than the original. I'd say. Watch this effect.
I disagree. I mean, I see what you're saying, but nope. I was
just that. The
other sequence was so much cooler. Seeing the wide shot and just seeing it just cut him.
Yeah, just collapse. It was so well done in the original. Oh, it was so well done. You're absolutely right. Actually, I think you just proved me wrong right there. You're absolutely right. It was so well done.
It's not about proving anything wrong. It's just about like, look, here's an example.
Because that was perfect. That was the original foot touch of the robe. That was so legit.
Yeah, you might be familiar with this, or you might not. And then I don't know if everybody noticed that one stormtrooper's arm was like falling off. It was so funny. He's in the shot like the whole time, and his armor's like, yep, there he goes. The guy's backing off, and he backs out of the scene. His poor shoulder was like about to fall off. Anyway, are you familiar that they redid Psycho like many years ago? I think it was like 1998.
I think so. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they did it with Anne Heche, and what they did with that was it wasn't just like, we're going to redo Psycho. They're like, we're recreating every shot, every single thing is going to be as pristine as possible. The length of the shot, and some people looked at it and they're like, it's a waste of celluloid, and other people were like, what an interesting experiment in filmmaking history is that to actually go through those lengths to recreate something all the way to the nines, where they're like, I don't really want to implement any more artistic value into it. I just want to give it higher quality of footage, obviously different actors, different actors, but like everything. They tried to make Anne Heche's haircut look like what was her name? Something Lee.
Was
Karen,
it Jennifer Jason Leigh's mother?
Janet Lee. What?
Janet Leigh, yeah, Jennifer Jason Leigh's mother, right?
Was that? I didn't know.
Yeah.
Janet Leigh was Jennifer Jason Leigh's mother. I didn't know that. Yeah. But yeah, Jennifer Jason Leigh was a pretty good actress too, and she sort of disappeared off to the side.
Well, she did, Halloween, which was super awesome, and then like her highlight in her later years, I think, were
that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
True Lies. Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis, right?
Well, one of them is Jennifer Jason Leigh is an actress, but then there's Jamie Lee Curtis. You're right, and she was related to Tony Curtis, daughter. Stuff. But I mean, yeah. But I don't know. You might be right about that. Janet Leigh, Jennifer Jason Leigh. It's hard to say. Don't know.
I'm getting confused. I've had a couple drinks tonight.
That's the excuse. Yeah. Oh, I'll be right back.
The show was so interesting. You had to tune in for the next one.
I'm gonna grab another thing.
Actually, Matthew, I think we should wrap it up because we've been going about 4 hours, and I want to get going too because now that I have to pee again, and we probably should just wrap it up.
It's always a good note to end it on. Way to keep it classy.
We'll restart it again. We have a lot to talk about, so we'll definitely talk again.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe what we should do is, if you want to schedule one, we should do some subjects or something, and maybe we should call it out to the audiences at one point and say, "Look, do you want us to answer 10 questions and then aim it towards one or the other, or say, I want both of you to answer this, and how about I want one person to answer that because that's about Diamond Dragons, this about Albatross, or hey, I want both of you to answer about this Star Wars question because everybody could answer.
I could even come up with some Star Wars like trivia for you. Maybe you come up with like 5 questions for me. I come up with like 5 questions for you.
Oh my God. No, that you know what you should do? You should ask trivia questions about my own projects, and then I won't get them right. You'll be like, so
I'll catch you in these like time loops of your own project.
Did this happen in your Empire Strikes Back thing? I'll be like, oh, I want to say yeah. And you'd be like, no, it did not. And I'd be like, oh no. That'd be pretty funny, right? That's funny. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. I always think it's good to do more of these kinds of things because if we can get more people to not only communicate with one another, especially during these times, but also understand that there's more to some people who do Star Wars things than just Star Wars. Like Anthony's doing Albatross, I'm doing Diamond Dragons, and in the long run, there's a lot more talents. Like even me, what I got back into recently is I started doing more singing. It's really weird.
I've been watching some of your recent videos. You've got your channel name changed to Novastar. So if you guys are looking for Novastar on YouTube, check out. It's 3 words, Novastar. Subscribe to his channel. He's got some videos up lately. You're doing some readings. You've got some little monologues going. And then some songs that you've been singing, and you've been posting the videos on your channel, Novastar, and you guys can subscribe there and kind of check out what formerly Novastar is doing now.
I'm trying to shift it around too, because I'm not sure, man. I got to be honest. I might just leave that channel eventually and just let it be okay, that's good, and then put my own personal stuff on a Matthew channel. I don't know, and then there's a Diamond Dragons specific YouTube channel now too, so it's really cool. I'm not really sure where to go with all of it because I'm it's true with the old Novastar channel. I used to do a whole great amount of things, but most of it was geared towards Star Wars. And now that it's not, I'm kind of be what's the point of me leaving that channel really open? It's more everybody expected Star Wars stuff from it, so it's hard to know. I kind of want to maybe move my personal channel to a brand new personal only, probably music and acting. That's it.
If you do that, please make a video on your current channel to explain to people what's going on so that people that do want to transfer over can. You know what I mean?
Nobody's really watching them anyways. You will be able to see on most of my videos that 20 people will watch on the Novastar channel, and that's okay. I'm just saying I'm not really sure what to do with all of it because YouTube is something that I started when it was brand new, 2005 and 6. And when it was created, it wasn't oh, you got to have a dedicated channel towards this. It was you could do anything you wanted with your channel and be yourself. But then later you could tell, right? It's governed now.
Right. It's now, if I do Star Wars content and let's say I want to do some comic book content, they just throw the comic book content like totally in the garbage. No one will ever see it because it's like thrown down to the whatever it's called, the digital bottom of the digital pile. You know, it's like whatever your channel's focused on. Like if you started another channel about singing, then you would probably see that rise in that direction as long as you kept on singing. If you wanted to talk about Star Wars, then it would dip down into the toilet because it's about singing over there, right? So it's like, it's weird how they do it now. You're right. It's they change the rules a bunch.
Well, also, and I think not everybody's wired those certain ways. Like some people, I don't know what it is about them as artists, but like we both know, some people are like, I'm a singer. And you're like, what else do you? I'm a singer. They're like, do you do anything? I'm a singer. And you're like, okay. And other people are like, I'm an artist. And they're like, what do you mean by that? Do you just paint? And I'm like, I don't mean it like that. Good point, though. I might draw. You never know. But it's like, like, what do we think about when we think about even ourselves? Like, so let's see. So for Anthony, he builds sabers. He builds weird set pieces behind him. He does props that are not related to sabers. He's drawing. He's writing like actual content and dialogue and things, you know, judgment levels aside or whatever. It's like still writing. He's also writing something more specific, this albatross thing. So it's not just general writing like, yeah, sometimes I write poetry, sometimes I write this. It's like you're writing a comic book. And then there's that level, the comic book. You do martial arts. So you're sort of like, if I were to open a channel and, hi, I'm Anthony, what would you do? Would you say, oh, I better only show my martial arts side because otherwise, if I show that I also do this thing and this thing and this thing, and yeah, Mundo even said host, you know, you're doing these podcast things. So I'm kind of like, pardon my French, but what the fuck? Like, I just wanted to make my channel the way that I had it back in the day, where I'm like, I could do whatever I want and just be myself. And maybe eventually people would be like, I like watching this guy's content.
Well, that's why I think you should keep going on where you were at, because I do think a lot of the people, even though you don't believe it, I think a lot of people are there for you. And I hope that they are. And I hope that original YouTube idea still exists in those kind of original subscribers to your channel. I kind of think if you were right about those people, let's say, changing their mind, then they wouldn't necessarily be there anymore. And the way that YouTube does it too is like they'll actually remove subscribers themselves. And the fact that like that hasn't happened in a huge way for you, probably, to me, signs are pointing opposite of the way you're thinking. You know, like you're kind of thinking, oh, well, those people aren't interested in what I'm doing now. But I kind of think maybe they are, because otherwise I think YouTube would have taken them away, or they would have taken themselves away.
Well, I think that is actually the case in some cases, because you can be honest. Like I mean, if I even looked at my channel, not that I should do it now because we should probably close up, but like, because we're just over the 4-hour mark now, is that I think I have thousands of subscribers, but no one's watching because you
just
can see
a small percentage will watch those videos that you make on a new basis, right? Like the new videos.
I wouldn't even call it a percentage because it doesn't even hit 1%. I'd be like, of the thousands, like I think most of my videos will get 30 views or something like that now, which is fine. I mean, I'm not trying to make it a game about numbers, but I'm kind of like, well, you know, if people,
you're just trying to understand, like what they want to see, or
it's kind of like, well, if they're not watching, am I doing it for me or am I doing it for other people? I don't really know. For right now, I'm doing the music because I feel like doing it. So there's that. But then other stuff is going to have to be about like getting my work out there. And that's kind of the hard part, is to go like, well, how does that happen without the way we all know it, which is, you know, you got to throw money at things and just get audiences to come out of nowhere. You know, so those are those kinds of things. The Diamond Dragons thing, I know I'm going to have to generate actual people. I'm not going to just magically have people show up, just like, you know, that for Albatross too. Albatross could be the best thing in the world, and nobody's going to show up for it unless you actually get like some weird formula where you're like, here's the dollars, here's the situation. They're promoting to like millions of people just to get maybe 10,000, you know, because again, it's a law of averages. You know, if you try to sell a product to 5,000 people, you're not going to get 5,000 sales. If you do, oh my God, what are you selling?
Or how did you do it? Because that's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't imagine any instance where that would ever happen. It's just a law of percentages. So, like for example, me applying for grants and applying for trying to raise money. You know, if I proselyte to 500 of them, and that'll take months for me to even try to get that far. I might get two, you know, maybe ostensibly, plausibly, hashtag question mark, you know? So we'll see. But I always found that funny when people like apply for a single grant and they expect it's going to come through. And I'm like, really? Like, man, I mean, it's going to be tough, but I have seen it happen with people, and I'm constantly amazed that I'm like, wow, it's like throwing a baseball and, you know, well, okay, not a baseball, but like hitting the golf ball and hole in one the first try. You've never hit it in your life. And I'm like, I just don't even know what to say. Like, you're awesome. Good luck for you. You know, I don't think that's the normal case, though. You know what I mean? You usually have to roll the dice 1,000 times before you get that perfect roll where you're like, aha, you know?
Totally. On that note, we will talk to you guys another time soon. And thank you all for joining us here tonight in the chat, and anyone that's going to watch this video in the future. Thank you so much. Please check the live chat. We will put I put the Diamond Dragons link in the live chat at least 3 times, and I will put it also in the description to this video once it's all said and done. So we will get that out there. And also albatrossjunction.com. I'll put that information in the description of this video when we're all finished here. So anyone that wants to check out Matthew's project, Diamond Dragons, or my project, Albatross Junction comic book, can go and look at that stuff. And yes, thank you all. It's been a lot of fun. I had a great Saturday night with you guys. I hope you did too. Matthew, thanks so much for doing this. That was
It's my pleasure.
a lot of fun. Mundo says, thanks, guys. Matt will continue with your content. Thanks so much, Mundo. Yeah, definitely check out Diamond Dragons. It's a really awesome story. And once it's like live with the full animation that Matthew plans in at some point in time, it's going to be cool. Good night. Good night,
and
Bert.
Real quick, just to roll through it. Big shout outs to folks like Mundo and I'm trying to remember his name right now. Not just Bert, but
Eamon.
Well, of course, Eamon, because he's brand new and he's my guy. But Jake, because all y'all been keeping it real, and like I see you're in his channel a whole lot and showing up and all that stuff. And I think it's important that we like show that gratitude to people who are like coming through and they're making comments and they're like trying to be consistent because they enjoy it. And I think that's a big part of making it like a family kind of thing too. And it's not just like, oh, look, we have 3,000 people in chat, let's ignore all of them and stuff like that. It might even be worse if we had like thousands of people, you know, people's comments would be buried. You know,
I love my little family here of saber lovers and comic book lovers and movie lovers. It's a lot of fun to talk to you guys, and we will be back soon. I'll have Matthew back. We'll talk about Diamond Dragons some more. We'll talk about movies some more. There was actually a bunch of stuff that I wanted to bring up that we didn't get a chance to talk about tonight. Like I had some pictures of some sports cars, and I was going to bring them up and ask Matthew what he thought of these Lamborghinis and what he would do with them. So we'll save that for next time, because like I'm into cars a lot, and I want to hear what you guys think about some of these like new cars they got coming out and stuff like that. But I did get some drawing in. I'll show you guys some of the page work on the next Comic Book Creation Live. If you're interested in some of the comic book stuff we were talking about tonight, please go and subscribe to Comic Book Creation Live. That's another YouTube channel that I have. And every single Wednesday, which is New Comic Book Day, Kevin and I will be drawing Albatross Junction live for anybody that wants to stop by and give a comment or give some advice to us, or just tell us how they feel about comic books or Albatross. We will sometimes put your idea in a future issue. Mundo says, don't get me started with cars. Well, we could do it next time. We have some more time on our hands, because I love talking about cars. All the new stuff they're coming out with is just, I mean, it's so sick. It's like a fantasy world to talk about what you might do if you had one of these Porsches or one of these Lamborghinis. So
that's so funny.
We could save that for next time. But Matthew, thanks again. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for coming on and doing with me this Saturday night.
No, it's my pleasure. And like I said, and then final shout outs to MD Fela, Jake the Snake. That's in addition to Jake Soft. And then Bane Fett, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody.
Oh, my
just-
buddy Bane was here. Yeah. Thanks
That's
so
what I'm
much.
saying. Is like I just roll back through the comments and I try to be like, okay, yo, who came in here? Because I want to show that. Got to show the love. So all that cool.
Definitely. Thanks for doing
It's
that.
good being here. Have a good evening, all y'all, and we'll do it again. May the force be with you and be safe out there.
Definitely. The force will be with you always.
Signing off. Peace out, everybody.